coordinate, but I think I ought to at least know.
He used to come until he was challenged. Right here. And then he said, screw it.
The schedule, he was missing so many, both year end and
travel schedule.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to a meeting of the North Kingstown School Committee, Wednesday, February 24th, 2010. Tonight is a special budget meeting. At this time, please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mrs. Jarrow, roll call, please.
Linda Avanzado.
Here?
Mel Boyd Benson. April Brunel.
Here.
Larry Cerisi. Kimberly Page. Douglas Roth.
Here.
Richard Welch.
Here.
Julia Held. Here. Student Representative.
Thank you, Mrs. Jarrow. Our first agenda item this evening is a presentation on the high school, middle school reform plan and the NECAP scores by Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Learning, Dr. Roger. Before we go into that presentation, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize Mr. Jim DePreet, who is with us this evening, who's, as you know, filling in as the interim principal at the high school. So I just wanted to recognize him and thank him for the work that he's done in his interim position over the past several months. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I want to start tonight's presentation. I have a PowerPoint presentation, so if you feel like you want to move to see that. There are also, everything on this PowerPoint is on pages in the back there. There's enough copies for everybody. But before I begin, I would like to start by directing your attention to this particular page, which, again, if you don't have it, it is on the back. And it's this page with a lot of the different numbers for all of the different schools and the scores that we have. And I want to explain each column. I'm not going to go into a heck of a lot of detail about, why we went up 5 points here and down 2 points there and all that sort of thing. But I do want to at least explain what this chart means and how you can read it and how it can make sense to you. As you can see, down the left-hand column is all of the schools. North Kingstown High School, Davisville Middle School, Wickford Middle School, and the number next to it is the grade at which a student took a test. So if it says WMS 8, that means those are the 8th graders this year who took the NECAP test in October of this year. Okay, that's the group that we're looking at. And you can see it goes all the way down. At the bottom, the detached group is the writing for the high school. Now, there are 3 grades that had a writing test. Only one of them came back to us. I'm not sure why we don't have the 4th and 8th grade scores, but as soon as we get them, certainly get those out to the community as well. So when you look at all of the different columns, the first set of columns are about reading. And the gray column is this year's reading, 9-10 school year. The number in the box is the percent of students who are proficient or better in reading. The column after the gray column is the percentage of change. So that means what difference did we make between this year and last year? Okay, so there are 3 years of data, but I'm only factoring in the difference between this year and last year. The column following that's how the state scored in reading. And the next gray column is how we did in relation to the state. So in that first column, North Kingstown High School did 12 points better than the state in reading. The percentage at level 1, that next column, that's an important number, particularly at the high school, because we've been talking about students who don't pass the NECAP test with a 1 would be in this group where they would need a lot of additional help to make sure that they are ready to graduate. So I wanted to kind of get a handle on exactly what percentage of students we're actually talking about here. And at the high school, you know, fortunately, that's a single-digit number. We like that. You can work with 4% of the students on their reading a lot easier than you can work with 35% of the students on their reading to get them over the bar for the NECAP assessment. The next group is math. So you have 3 years of math. This particular year is that line in gray. The percentage change, again, is this year against last year. The state number follows that. And then there's a column versus the state. So at the high school, for instance, we did 15 points better than the state. And the number of students, now this one's a little more concerning. This one, percentage of students at level 1 is 26% of our students are in the significantly below proficient category. So that's an area of concern. That's something that we're going to really have to focus on for next year to get those students ready to go. The next item is percentage tested. As you recall, a couple of years ago, or I believe it was last year, we had an issue where in one case there were not enough students tested at the high school, and that was a penalty against us. So in this case, we've had enough students tested at every school. We took care of that issue. In the next two columns are special education. And those percentage of students who are in special education and the percentage of those students who took the test, who are identified with an IEP, who are proficient in reading and then in math. Okay, that's what all the columns mean. Writing is pretty much the same kind of information below. But because writing is kind of a singleton, I kind of detached that from the rest of the group. So everyone see that? Now, you know, the results are mixed, and I think just about any year you're going to get this back, you're going to see mixed results. I'm pleased to see that in 10 of the 16 different tests, the results go up from last year, so that's a good thing. But, you know, I think with every single one of these tests, and there are a few principals in the room tonight, and they can all tell you that there are a lot of issues that go into, you know, why does a group get better, why does it get worse? Sometimes it's, you know, different kids, sometimes it's different teachers, sometimes it's a different teaching methodology, a different focus, a focus on the last year's exam and realizing there were certain things that we should be doing differently to address certain issues, and that pays off. Those kinds of things are going on. So, you know, what I can tell you, and I want to give you a few more things before I go further. And so the other sheets that I provided, one has to do with all these yellow lines on it. And this one is something that I understand where I was at Charahoe, we did this too. We looked at the Sorico schools, the Southern Rhode Island cohort of schools. And you can see those schools include East Greenwich, Jamestown, South Kingstown, Narragansett, North Kingstown, Charahoe, Wesley, and Exeter, West Greenwich. I think people like to know how are we doing in relation to our neighbors. And so this is an assessment of that, and you can see we're kind of in the middle on a lot of these different tests. I think we would all agree that there's no reason why we couldn't be higher on that list. And I want to talk tonight about, you know, the kinds of things we're going to do to get better. It's not a competition. I think the goal for everybody in the state is that every district has 100% proficient students. That's what we all want. But we certainly like to know that, you know, if South Kingstown, for instance, can do it, can get a higher score, we should be able to get a higher score too. And, of course, that's what we're shooting for. Now, in some cases, for instance, Barrington is a very strong district. They usually are. They have a high socioeconomic status in that town, and in most cases that is a contributing factor to doing well. But they also do a lot of things well as a school district. That's not the whole story for Barrington. Now, our middle school principals and I have gone to Barrington, to their middle school, to learn what's going on there and how they're getting good results and what we can do. And we're doing more and more of that kind of thing. So what we're doing with these scores is looking at, you know, how is, East Greenwich getting such a high score in grade 3 or Charahoe in grade 4 and so on and so forth, and what kinds of things are they doing differently than what we're doing. And so more and more of that sort of thing is happening, I'm pleased to say. This last page, the one from Projo, Rhode Island, this is taken right out of the newspaper. You've probably seen this on the day that it came out. I don't have the date on here, but it came out a few weeks ago. And it shows those numbers. There's a number for the last 3 years, and it's broken up into districts who are trending up, and there are more of those than not. In the first column, we're in the low group. It says trending down, but we actually didn't. We trended even. We didn't trend up or down. But it kind of gives you a sense of, who's getting what scores. And in this group, I think we're roughly about 12th in the state, 12th or 15th, depending on the category. And I think there isn't anybody in this room who doesn't think we should probably be doing better than that. So, we got some work to do. And I want to talk a little bit tonight about the kinds of things that we're going to do to get better. I don't know if anyone has any particular questions before I go into the PowerPoint about these scores, about what they mean, or anything else, for that matter. Mr. Roth.
Hey, Phil, thank you very much for the presentation. Great stuff to see. On on this document,
yes,
the yellow lines, it looks like we have the grade level comparisons. Do we have the year-over-years for aggregate grades available?
I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that.
I know that we're listing by schools on this sheet our year-over-year performance. I'm interested to see the year-over-year performance by grade level as well.
Okay, so the third graders who are now fourth graders, yeah, I don't have that with me tonight. Okay. I could pull that together, but I don't have it with me tonight.
All right, no problem.
So you can see, yeah, on that page, the first page is reading, the second page is math, and the last page is writing. Question, yes? Well, I'm going to talk a little bit about that in the presentation, but I don't mind sharing some of it right now. We have learned, Mr. Merkel and Mrs. Logan and I, learned through the Rhode Island Middle Level Educators Conference. They have something called a scheduling roundtable. And we have always found scheduling to be a real bear at the middle school level. Teams, a lot of things have to work in concert with one another to really make things happen. And we were finding that a lot of students who needed additional support, particularly in reading and math, were not getting it. Okay? So we learned by going to this round table where the principal at Barrington, who's got a lot of notoriety for doing scheduling well, he was one of the presenters, and we really liked what he had to say. We were intrigued by it. So we made a visit to Barrington, and he spent a lot of time with us. It was great, really nice of him to spend so much time. And we learned a number of things about the way he schedules the building, and we were particularly intrigued by the way that kids who need those kinds of supports get them, and how teachers who need common planning time to do the work of making their instruction better by looking at the work their students do and responding to it the proper way, they were getting that time, and that's something we weren't getting. So we wanted to find out how that was happening, and now we're going to be doing that next year. So happy to, do that. And we're every time you network, you find things out about, gee, how do you raise that score, and how do you figure this piece of it out? We're all going through the same thing. I mean, we really are. The more I get out there and talk to other educators in other districts, I realize it's all the same conversations. We're all struggling with the same kinds of issues. So when you find someone who's got an answer to something and consistently gets very good scores, you want to ask, how are you doing it? So any other questions right now? Okay. So what this presentation was originally intended, I had a lot of this put together weeks ago when I was talking about how we were intending to respond to the Commissioner's Review. As you recall, the Commissioner's Review occurred in December. A group of people from RIDE came to look at how we were responding to all of the new regulations that need to be in place for high schools and middle schools. And we had some good feedback, but we also had a lot of feedback saying that we weren't in the place that we needed to be. And so we have done a number of things to correct that, and I want to talk a little bit about that. And the first point was that we need to be clear about what it means to be proficient. That we have had a system in place that does that to a certain extent, but not enough. We have, for instance, the senior project. All kids need to do that. We know exactly what it is, the kind of skills they need to prove, and it's universally graded by teachers around the district. There's a commonality about it, and everyone understands what it is and what it accomplishes. But we also had another piece, the electronic portfolio, that had a number of things that students needed to do, but they didn't necessarily have to pass all of them or show proficiency on all of them. They had to present a small sample, and that sample they had a lot of choice in that. So it may or may not have shown a real proficiency in, reading, or writing, or arithmetic. It may, but it may not. Those assignments students had to do to put in their portfolio were organized for, in a lot of cases, for the convenience, or not convenience, but the similarity of what teachers teach. So if the teachers of a particular department said, you know what, we all teach a unit on this skill, so why don't we have an anchor assignment about that? Which is fine, but what we should be asking is, what are the absolute core skills that everyone needs to know and be able to do? And let's focus on those things for our anchor assignments. So then we not only have a bunch of grades for what students know and be able to do, but we also have proficiency-based graduation assignments, actual demonstrations of things they've actually done, and that every student is asked to do. It's common to everybody. And the whole department has had a say in, this is what we feel you need to do, this is the kind of work that it looks like when you're good and when you're proficient, and these are the kinds of things we would do for a student if they're not proficient, to get them up to proficiency. That should be a common thing. It shouldn't be left teacher to teacher. Okay, so and there should be, leaders in the building tracking to see, is everyone getting what they're supposed to get? Because the grade is not dependable. The grade, a lot of times, all by itself, is driven by a single teacher. And we all know through our own experiences that depending on the teacher you get, it can mean very different things. I can have two students taking Algebra 1, one in room 108 and one in 109, and they could get very, very different experiences. And we are not absolutely sure if they've learned the same things. So it's hard to use that as a track to say they're ready for the NECAP exam when that comes along. So at the high school, we have grade span expectations, the curriculum from the Department of Education, and our work has got to be in line with that. And so we did a lot of work this fall and this winter to align our anchor assignments and this kind of puzzle piece thing. Our courses, our e-portfolio, our senior project, and the expectations from NECAP all have got to be in line. That's what they came to look for. They got to be working together. And what they found was that there's no real proof that they're all working together yet. There's some proof, but it's not solid. So we have to shore that up. There's a lot of writing here. So what we need to do, what we have been doing, is we're working toward full alignment of those items. Okay? In the fall, we've had department meetings, and we've asked the departments to say, what does it mean to be proficient in your department? And not in language that's a bunch of standards and stuff, but actual pieces of work, actual things you can show people to say, this is the kind of work you need to do to show that you're proficient. And we need to come to some agreement on that. In February, the department heads and the high school leaders and I got together, and we put together a new format for the electronic portfolio. And that now goes to every mandatory class that students need to take in English, math, social studies, science, PE and health, and technology and art. Those are all the coursework that students have to take already to graduate. So for the first 5 semesters that students take those courses, that comes up to 27 different experiences, course experiences. You have to do an anchor assignment in each one. There's a package of 5 things from English, 5 things from math, 5 things from science, 5 things from social studies, 5 from PE and health, 1 from art, 1 from technology. And those items are the same for every kid. Okay? And we put together a system where it doesn't matter what teacher you have, it's going to be graded the same way, that those teachers are going to decide on actual examples of benchmark student work that's good no matter what kid, no matter what teacher. That kind of consistency needs to happen, and that's where we're working right now. So our vision is that regardless of your teacher or level, that you're going to, you know, not just take courses and get grades, but you're going to have a portfolio that has, you know, those items in it that absolutely show you're proficient, and we all agree upon what the definition of proficiency is. And that definition is in line with what the Department of Education says is proficient. That's what they want to know. We're looking to have teachers regularly meet, analyze those assignments when they come back. Those are common assessments. We should analyze them together. Does it actually show us what we need to see? Are these kids actually learning what we need to learn? So we're building a culture where teachers will meet regularly to do that work during their common planning time. And, you know, the leadership is part of that. That we as leaders have got to be a part of monitoring all that and training people and making sure that people know exactly what to do with the data that they're getting back, with the information they're getting back from their students. In literacy, K through 12, I have met a number of times with our reading specialists throughout the district, and a number of principals have been involved in these meetings as well. And we decided early on, we've noticed early on, that although we have a lot of tremendous reading specialists in this district, and they're all doing wonderful things, that they're not together. That some people measure reading with one program at one school, they measure reading with another program at another school. It doesn't necessarily translate from the K to 3 to the 4 to 5 and into the middle school because they're different systems, they're different approaches. In some cases, the kids who would need an intervention of what we call Tier 2, where they're significantly below grade level, might get a certain kind of intervention by a reading specialist. In other cases, they may not. Or a Tier 3 person, someone who's reading significantly below grade level, those people should be meeting directly with a reading specialist on a regular basis. In some cases, they're getting that intervention. In some cases, they're not. So we're shoring that up so that by the time we start next year, we'll have a system where there's reading support that we need in all the schools, and that there's one system that we've all agreed upon that we're going to use to kind of track how students are doing. And every kid's, we're going to know what their reading level is and what we're doing about it if they're not reading at grade level. For personalization, we are, that is something where individual learning plans come into play. That is something that usually works out of the guidance office, but also with advisors. At the high school, we're moving in the direction. Some of this is occurring this year. I think we would like to see more of this happening next year, and through the contract negotiations, we're going to be pushing for these kinds of things that are already part of this that are in place. But that an advisor, someone who knows a student in high school, for instance, for all 4 years and meets with them every day, would at certain points in that year, not every day, but at certain points, talk to the student about their ILP, their individual learning plan. How is it going? Are you achieving the goals you want to achieve? They should, at some point, have a discussion with that student about their report card. How is that going? Are you meeting the goals you want to meet? Are you passing everything? And just keeping tabs on that kid. If there's a problem, letting the parents know about it, or letting at least the guidance counselor know about it, so that somebody will notice when a student is not doing well, and that we can then start to do something about it. So advisory can be a really big help. And something called response to intervention, RTI. Basically what that means, there are 3 questions that I always draw on in these presentations. What is it we want students to know and be able to do? That's the whole proficiency stuff that I just talked about. How do we know if they know it? That's the common assessment stuff and the kneecap. We get the data back and we know if they know it or not. And then what are we going to do about it if they don't know it? And that's response to intervention. What interventions are we doing? How are the kids responding? And so that's an area where we're doing a lot of work, in particular at the middle school, and also focusing on this at the high school. I have a question. No, you're thinking of an IEP. Yeah, an IEP is an individual education plan, students in special education. An ILP is an individual learning plan, and every student gets one of those. That is something that every student meets with the guidance counselor. The parents should be involved in that meeting, and there should be some understanding about, here are my goals when I'm finished school, and here's why I'm taking the courses that I'm taking, and I have particular goals. And someone's kind of checking up with that student about, are they still on that path? Are they still, meeting the goals that they want to meet? They should start with that at grade 6, I believe. Yeah. So the middle and the high school, this affects. So it's a document that starts with students in grade 6 and works with them all the way up to senior year.
Dr. Roger?
Yes.
Just for process purposes, as we followed in the past with presentations, if you complete the presentation, then we'll have Q&A with the committee, and then during public
Okay,
comment,
no problem.
we'll do, that way the presentation flows, and we have another presentation.
No problem.
Thank you.
I'm taking a long
No,
time.
go right ahead. I
apologize.
just wanted
I don't
to
get
make
to
sure
speak
you have
too
the
often
opportunity.
lately. I got to really milk this. Okay. So supports the staff. The next thing we need to do is to support our staff. It's hard to tell staff that we really need you to work on common assessments and to analyze them and to make sure we're doing the kinds of interventions we need when students aren't learning if we don't give them time to meet with one another and we don't give them direction about how to meet. So that's part of this ball game. That's part of the planning. When we've done this, I referred to, looking at the schedule at the middle school. One of the nice things about the Barrington schedule is that they have a 6-day rotation. We prefer to go with a 5, but every one of those days there's a different kind of meeting for teachers. One day they meet as a team. The next day they meet with their content colleagues, so all the 6th grade math teachers would meet together at that same time. The next day they're going to meet with a reading specialist, so now the team's meeting with the reading specialist. How are all these kids doing in reading? Are we staying on top of what we need to do to help them? The next day they're going to meet with their special educator. That might be a day where IEPs are handled. The day after that might be a day for parents. That's the only day for parents. We shouldn't fill up all those other days because they're spoken for. They're very important things that need to happen. So that's the kind of common planning we're hoping to see happen. All these important points get taken care of by the right people. We're looking to use the data that we're getting more and more often. So what that means for a teacher is that they use their common planning time with other teachers. They look at the work students are doing. They look at the kneecap test scores. They look at the NEWA data they're getting. That's regular testing the students take that gives us an indication of how they're doing. They look at that, those results, and they analyze it closely and figure out what do these kids know and what don't they know, and what should we be doing differently next time to make sure that they get it. For school-level data team, that might be an RTI team. In that case, a principal might lead a team and say, okay, we've discovered that, today we're going to talk about these 5 particular students who are all really struggling. And, we're going to get their teachers in here. We're going to get the right people in the building in here who can possibly help the student. And we're going to come up with a plan to help this particular student. So we're looking at data. It could be discipline data. It could be academic data. It could be just about anything. And we're going to figure out what we're going to do to help an individual student. And then an administrative data review, where principals and central office people will get together and look at, are we getting the results we want to get as a school? How does this all play out, and how's the common planning time working, and how are the test scores working out, and how is the school responding, not just individual teachers. So it's important to stay focused in this, and like I said before, we always come back to these questions. What do we want students to learn? How do we know if they've learned, and how will we respond if they don't learn? And it's really a K-12 thing, and I want to tell you a little bit about some of the things that I've been involved in. since becoming the assistant superintendent. This year we've done a lot of work on a new report card for the elementary schools. We're going to be unveiling that in the next few weeks. And we've done, I cannot tell you how many hours this team has met. It's been unbelievable, the conversations we've had. We've looked at, a couple of math indicators that go on a report card, just a little bit of language, a few words. And we've had discussions that have hours to get there, because people have a lot of passion about exactly how you say it. But it doesn't mean anything at all unless people come together with benchmarks of what good looks like. So when a teacher writes a 3 on that report card and sends it home with little Susie, Susie's mommy wants to know what the heck that 3 means. And how come my kid seems to know more than that kid down the street, but the kid down the street goes to another school and they got a 4. But my teacher said she doesn't even give 4s. That's just not right. So we have to come together. All the 3rd grade teachers should come together and say, at the end of the first quarter, this is what good looks like when it comes to reading or writing or math. And we should pull our data from the same places. When we say it's a 3 or we say it's a 2 or a 4, we should be using the same thing. So we're going to be using NEWA data, NECAP, the student's daily work, and that benchmark assessment. Those are the 4 things that a teacher would draw from to say, this student is a 3 in writing or 3 in reading. And that should be consistent. We should see consistency with that score and the score we get back on the NECAP test. Should be about the same. At the middle level, I talked about all the work we're doing with scheduling. Next year, we're going to have similar schedules at both middle schools. The best thing about those schedules is that they're going to have the supports for all students who need them in English and math. There won't be anybody that, if they're not at grade level in either English or math, is not getting extra help in English or math. That should be happening anywhere, and it's going to happen at both middle schools. They're going to have a very similar schedule. They're going to work from the same principles. I know that as a parent in this district, kids in middle school, it was always something that irked me if I found out that, gee, something's going on at Davisville, it's not going on at Wickford, or vice versa. How could that be happening? That won't happen, at least not with the schedule. The other thing is that we're going to have that common planning time piece that I was talking about. So regular common planning time, supports for all students who need it. If we have those things in place, we're going to get better. At the high school, the PBGRs, proficiency-based graduation requirements, those anchor assignments that all students need to do will be in place. Already in place are final exams that are in common. They're not a graduation requirement, but those 27 items, those are going to be mandatory for graduation. You can't graduate if you don't pass those 27. So the whole school is going to be having a conversation on what those 27 things are, those things that we hold sacred, and we're going to have to regroup and figure out, how are we going to get all kids to pass it in the first place, and when they don't pass it, what are we going to do to make sure that they do? So that when we get to the end of high school, we know that kid knows what they need to know. There will be common planning time for all departments. That hasn't happened before. And there's going to be a school-wide approach, to high and consistent standards and supports. So that is the end of my presentation, and I think that's the whole key. When you say, how can we make these scores better, I think we need to be more aware of what's on that NECAP exam as a group, and we need to be working together to figure out ways to improve our instruction. Learn from schools that are doing things right, and learn from one another. We got a lot of great teachers in our district, and that's how those teachers spread the good instruction, by meeting with another and saying, here's how I got these great results. You should try it too.
Thank you, Dr. Auger. Are there any questions or comments from committee members at this time, and then we'll move to any questions from the audience. Mrs. Advisano?
Yeah, not a question, just a quick comment. Thank you very much, Phil.
You're welcome.
And this is where I can see us starting to fill the holes that we identified before, the things that we needed to do,
Yeah.
and the plan's taking shape here, and it looks great. And I will ask one question. The reading test that you refer to, the North Kingstown reading test, that's going to be just an individual test we come up with in this district for our students, separate from NECAP?
Well, we use a lot of different testing systems already. There's a lot of different programs. I could throw out a whole bunch of names. once we had a number of days meeting with the reading specialists, and we went through every one of them. So can we get to one or maybe one or two that we would all use consistently? And we did that. So now there's going to be, no matter what school you're in, you're going to be measured with the same measuring tool. And we look for the one that does everything we want it to do, measures the right things, and it's easy to use, and all that sort of things. So it's going to be consistent.
Right.
That'll be helpful.
Uniformity is great, especially at the middle school level, where that's been a concern that's been mentioned over and over again. The other thing is the updating of the advisor's role. They were already in place, and it seemed like we weren't using them to our best advantage. Now we will be. So
Yeah,
it's great.
that's been a challenge, and I don't know if anyone from the high school wants to talk about that, but I mean, we're taking steps in the right direction. I wish I could tell you that everything is perfect about that, and I hope it's going to be perfect next year, but we're moving in the right direction on that, and that's part of that commissioner's review work, and part of it is personalization, the feeling that if kids are known well by one adult, who's really looking over their shoulder and making sure they're doing the things they need to do, that they're far more likely to be successful. So advisory is a great place to focus on that.
Thank you. Mr. Welch?
Yes, I have several questions, Dr. Auger. Have you met with the teachers since you've gotten these results?
I've met with some teachers. I met with the high school faculty today.
And what kind of response do they have for the results on these?
In today's meeting, I didn't necessarily talk specifically about, the scores. I have talked to the head of the English department about the scores. He's pleased to see that they have gone up, that sort of thing. But I haven't, gone into that great depth with, each faculty in the district about the scores.
In listening to your report, which I appreciate you doing and taking the time to tell us, I hear a couple of things that bother me.
Okay.
One is it seems like we keep on talking about a lot of extra help, which I don't understand why our teachers aren't doing the job in the first place. It can't be that all of our children need extra help. It seems to me there's a more basic problem with either how we're doing it or the staff that we have. There should be only a certain small portion that needs extra help, but it seems to keep on creeping up that extra help is where we got to go. I can't blame that on the raw material of the student. I have to say, what aren't we doing correctly? Have our teachers been assessed?
One thing I can tell you is this. It's not simply about teachers. It's about the whole district. I was quoting this book today with the high school faculty, someone that, principal of a school that we're going to go see. And he talked about when he started as a teacher, and through all of his teaching career, he had never been asked if his teaching was effective. He had been evaluated for inputs. He uses the right textbook. He engages the students. Students seem to like him. They seem to like learning in that person's class. How much are they learning? And until he got to a point where he was working with other teachers on a common assessment, not his own, that he's the only one who uses, so he doesn't know how they're learning in relation to everybody else. Until he does that, he doesn't know. We all don't know. We get one score at the end of every year, kneecap score. That's it. And it's too late. Those kids aren't in the third grade anymore. They're moved on. So it's not just the teachers. The teachers are trying their best, and they're well trained, but they've never been told ever. I've never been told as a teacher ever in my life that I have to work with other teachers to set common standards. Never. So this is new to all of us. Now, we leaders in the district have got to insist on that. We've got to set the stage and make sure that they're going to do that kind of work and that it's going to be effective. I can't just say, go ahead and meet and figure it out. I've got to give them some direction. Now, we've started to do that. We've had common formative assessment training, and we're getting better. We need to get better as principals and central office people about coming up with the way people are going to do that on a regular basis and how we're going to monitor it to make sure it's happening. And if we can do that, and that's the direction we're heading, this will get better. But, I mean, are there excellent teachers and not so good teachers? Of course. But we all share a responsibility in this. When someone's not learning, we got to figure out why. In some cases, great teachers have kids in their class who aren't learning. And, by everyone's definition of the word, they're great teachers. But so we got to figure out exactly why is it that the kids are not learning. Is it the teacher's instructional style, or do they need more time? Some cases they need more time. Some cases it's the style or the approach. And if they're meeting with other teachers about, you seem to be getting great results. What are you doing differently? If we could just get to a point where we're regularly asking that question and following up on it, we'll get better.
I understand that you're less than a year in your position here. Mm-hmm. So you're still on a honeymoon.
This is a honeymoon?
It doesn't feel like a honeymoon right now.
But I have to say, as a business person, okay, I've looked at how well we pay in this district, and pay doesn't necessarily equal results. Mm-hmm. But we have not a thing to be ashamed of on what this community has given to the education of our children mm-hmm. in terms of resources. However, when I look at what we are paying compared to the high-performing districts, Barrington and East Greenwich, we're paying more, and the results are not comparable. Mm. And so I guess my question that I have to ask you tonight is, what can we expect next October, and if we don't get it, what do we do? Because quite frankly, a product of public education in Rhode Island, education has had a lot of answers over the years, and they keep on changing, but the results aren't getting better. And we have to figure out how to get there and match East Greenwich and Barrington, not be their poor step cousin. So again, I'm going to ask you, October comes, what do we have the right to expect, and what should we do if we don't get it?
There is nothing that I would like to tell you more, Mr. Welch, than I'm going to guarantee you a 20-point gain in every class. I'm not going to do that, okay? We're going to get better. That's something I feel very confident about. Okay, is that a guarantee? I guess not. But it's something I feel very confident about. And everything that I have learned about teaching and learning in my career, and Dr. Thornton as well, the approach that we're taking is the right one. When I look at South Kingstown and how they used to have lower grades than North Kingstown, and all of a sudden they've made this big rise, they're doing that kind of work. They've learned from places like Adlai Stevenson High School. They've done things like common planning time and made the time for it, and they're getting results. Barrington is a high-performing district. They regularly send troops of people to schools who are doing that work. It's not just high socioeconomic status for them. And they're getting results. Narragansett is learning from that approach. They're getting results. We need to do that. We're kind of in the infancy of that. Our first major training in this was this September. We need to, give that some time. My experience at Charahoe is that has paid off. Those scores have gotten better at the high school, and I believe it has a lot to do with that approach. So, I'm looking at that experience around me, and I'm looking at that experience nationally. In every conference that I go to, they say, this is the kind of work that needs to be done. It's the only thing you can possibly be doing to get better, and we're starting to do that. So I think as we progress, we're going to get better. Is it going to be a specific number gain next year? I don't know. But I think you're going to see those lines going up.
I think Dr. Thornton had a quick comment.
Just two fast folks to add of this question, then the first question. As Phil had said, the schools that are aligning their process, the PBGR, all that stuff, are making the gains. Here's an example. To go back, the first year of the high school math assessment, we had a 43% number as far as kids proficient. That was the third highest mark in the state. That's quite low, but that was a new assessment in Rhode Island. The following year, we had 41%. We didn't change our practice. Our scores didn't change. Other towns that aligned their curriculum to their instructional stuff we're talking about made big jumps. What we're saying is, if you align all the work we're doing, you will see us move like these other towns are moving. Back to your first question, you had a good question. It was, if we're teaching well, why are so many kids needing remediation? Here's the answer I have. It really makes sense to me. High schools, middle schools, and elementary schools since 1900 have been designed to sort kids. The bell curve, A's, B's, and C's. Some kids get jobs, have jobs doing this, some are doctors, etc. Since 2001, the game has changed. We're now saying all kids must be proficient. The kids back in the 70s and 80s who weren't being proficient now must be proficient. The system was not designed to do that in America. So we're now retooling as the plane's flying. We're saying to every teacher, every kid now must be proficient. That's never before been told in America. This is now the 8th year of this, and you're seeing schools struggle with how to retool and get every kid. So we hear kids getting remediation. The schools doing well are identifying the kids who aren't making it and giving them extra help to get them there, because never before has this been asked. That's why, as a business model, it's like Toyota putting out cars 20 years ago that were substandard, and now they have a high rate of efficiency, except for the recent gas pedal situation. But they take great pride in quality control. We're now changing this paradigm, and that's the big challenge. So we have to now I keep preaching about more reading help, et cetera. That's where it's at. So just to end, I would say the schools that are getting big jumps, one school got a 17-point jump last year in the math assessment. When you look at why, they are tightly aligned to all that PBGR stuff, the common assessments, visiting places that are doing the work. We're doing it. And I will tell you this, any organization that does a change, typically, you might not want to hear this, but it's typically around 3 to 5 year change to get the whole ship to turn around. Picture a large boat, we're cutting the wheel like this, and it's changing. We're seeing positive results, but it takes a couple of years to really get up to speed. So I would see us trending in the right direction. So I'll stop right there.
Any other questions or comments from committee members at this time? Mr. Roth?
Thank you. Great presentation, Phil. A lot of this makes sense. Share some of the same concerns anybody does about compensation models, and I think some of it gets separated, right, just in the the day-to-day qualitative work that teachers do. I don't necessarily think the dollars equate to productivity in a subjective area, kind of what we're.
There are a ton of factors.
Right. One thing I am concerned about, and I don't even know if it's really a concern, but as we adjust the ship and we move to the proficiency standard, I am concerned about the upper end of our students, with the focus that's being placed on driving us to the 1s and 2s.
Right.
Traditionally, in the previous models, there was more. What I would think is there was more focus on the high-performing student, and I'm wondering what provisions or what's our thinking around trying to ensure that we're still driving 3s to 4s, et cetera.
Well, one example of this that I can share with you, I know that in our elementary schools, and this is going to be moving, into our middle schools as well. One of the things we notice about Barrington in particular is that they have, what they call intervention blocks. That there are blocks of time where students will get the intervention that they need. Now, a high-performing student doesn't need a low intervention. They need enrichment. Let's keep moving. And so that I know there are pockets of that kind of thing happening in this district. At the high school, we are, U.S. News and World Report. That's all about AP. That's all about that honors group performing well, and that's a wonderful thing. But what NECAP is about, and maybe that's why this presentation is kind of skewed toward that other end, is that what about all the kids? How would we make sure they're all reaching proficiency? And that's why I'm really stressing that end of it, But I think we already have a really good track record in this district for doing a lot with the high-performing student. And I think, and I know that the area that RIDE has come to us and said, here's where you need to work some more, and I completely agree, whether RIDE says it or not, I think it's the truth, is that with our lower performing students, we're not getting that same, we need to look at, kids who traditionally are not performing as well. That's why I included, for instance, the special education numbers. Those students are not necessarily performing like the aggregate. So, when we get the word back from RIDE, are we, meeting AYP and all that sort of thing, they look at every category. And so we may have some, relatively good scores across the state, but still not meet the expectations that RIDE has for us because that particular group isn't performing as well as they should.
But the two aren't mutually exclusive. That's what I'm.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So there's an impact across the entire delivery system when we reassess and reconfigure it to deliver a certain area. And I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. It's not an intentional impact, but is it a potential
I just
impact?
think that we already have a lot in place that honors level courses, electives for students who really want to stretch themselves, particularly at the middle and high school level, that take care of that. Can we get better? Absolutely. But that's when you're looking at the area to prioritize for what we really need, it's not that one at the moment.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Dr. Roget? I just have one quick question. Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Roget. In looking at the handout, the comparisons of the southern regional school districts, the 9 southern regional school districts, as you said, North Kingstown's pretty much averages out in the middle of the pack of the 9 southern regional school districts. Just curious, the Jamestown School District elementary and middle school students, their test scores, they did quite well. So we might want to take a ride over the bridge and steal their secret recipes, but they did pretty well. But my question is...
Well, I'm happy to report that when we did this middle school scheduling work, we included the Jamestown Middle School principal with us.
So. My question is obviously the Jamestown High School students attend high school here in North Kingstown, so when you look at the high school scores, that includes the Jamestown High School students as well.
Yes, it does.
I know we don't have it listed here, but I'm just curious as to how the high school students here that attended Jamestown elementary schools and middle schools, how their performance compares to North Kingstown, the North Kingstown high school students who attended elementary and middle schools here in North Kingstown. And I'm just curious, and the reason why is I think they pretty much outperformed this at, I don't want to have to say it, but they outperformed this at the elementary and middle school level. So I'm just kind of curious as to how that went at the high school level.
I don't have that information. I don't know. Tim, do you have anything to that effect? Do you want to come to the mic?
And we have, if my memory serves me, we have approximately 1,600 high school students, and about 235 of them are Jamestown students from Jamestown.
Because once they get here, they are all North Kingstown
exactly.
high school students.
Yep.
That's not something that we've looked at.
Right.
They are North Kingstown high school students.
I'm just curious.
The only way we
with
could
that.
do it is to actually go through kid by kid, and I'd have to, in one of the columns in the spreadsheet that we get back from the state, I'd have to code them with a J or something and then sift them out and sort them out. I can do that.
No,
but that's not something that we looked at because they're our kids.
Right.
We're all
It
North
might
Kingstown
tell us
kids.
something valuable, though.
Yeah,
It might tell us something valuable.
Yeah, I was just curious of the data, and
It's not something we looked at, but it can be done.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll look into that.
Thanks. That was my only question, and again, thank you for the
Thank you.
presentation and for breaking this information down for us. Sure, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kathy Squilanti. I came back to the school system, public school system, just 2 years ago. I had 5 children. One went through the North Kingstown school system. 10 years ago, I was quite involved. I was involved in evaluating the superintendent, getting the new curriculum director. I was on the school advisory committee. I left. I was not happy. I came back, okay? Now, what he's talking about, and I am advocating for you because there are 2 major things that you said, and because I've been so involved in school systems, I think a bit about what children need. Core skills. and common planning. And I did notice that that is needed so badly here because there is no continuity. And I found that when my child left Hamilton to go to the middle school, there was something missing, and that was his report. That what is this child like? Where should he go? What teacher should he have? And the fact remains that he may have a good teacher, and she's pretty solid on knowing something, but maybe another teacher knows how to get through to that child. So what you talked about, common ground, that's very important, that teachers are willing to be open-minded enough to say, hey, you did something well with that student that's similar to one of the students I have that is not processing it properly. So what can we do to make him process it? Maybe you'd like to show him something. You know, let another teacher show him. Maybe that will make it click, particularly in math. Things have to click. And also with literature, the two go hand in hand, especially word problems. So either way, if what I'm saying is that I think it's great that you're trying this.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think just a quick comment is, thinking back as a parent with two boys attending school in the district, years prior to being involved with the school committee, my involvement with the school committee, but I think a lot of my frustration was schools in the district, no slight on anyone or any of the schools, great things going on at schools, but I always saw it as each school was their own little kingdom, and there was very little continuity between the schools in the district and common or any collaboration. So
this will help.
And I think this will help. And I think, as you said earlier, we're definitely heading in the right direction. Some of the mandates that we're implementing and some of the other things that you're implementing as well, it'll take some time before you see, a couple of years or so, before you actually see the data or the results from these great things that we're implementing. So I think we need to be understanding and recognize that as well. But thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Jill John, 102 Sideout Drive. If I'm reading this correctly, rather than going across to look at how the school performed from year to year, if you follow a cohort, you can give you more information regarding how that same group of students is doing year after year, because there's variability between the students in any given year class. So, for example, if you look at Wickford Middle School in 6th grade, and in their math scores for 07-08, they had 80% proficient. And then when you go to Wickford Middle School in 7th grade, the following year, it's 77%. And then when those kids move up to 8th grade at Wickford Middle, it goes to 71. So what you're seeing there is that that same group of kids in 6th grade, 80% were proficient, and by the time they got to 8th grade, 71% was proficient.
This is in math?
In math scores, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and then of course the big striking jump is then at 11th grade, you've got 43% proficient. So there really has to be something wrong with what we're doing in math to be losing the kids as we're going along. And 43% proficient in math is just horrible. I mean, there's got to be some way to get the kids more proficient in math. So whether it's the curriculum or how we're going about this, there has to be a better way. And it's clear, like, at least for Wickford Middle School, we're losing the kids. Conversely, if you look at Davisville Middle, it goes from 61 to 72, then to 68. So you've got different schools using the same curriculum, and we're seeing different results here.
When you look at Wickford for reading, it's the opposite trend. There's an 80 to an 86 to an 87 with that same group.
Right.
So, I want to caution everybody about something, and I'm not trying to make excuses or anything like that, but I don't want to come across as saying, geez, those math people just don't have it together, and the reading people seem to have it together. Relatively speaking to the rest of the state, we're doing better relative to the state in math than we do in reading. Now, that doesn't mean our reading scores are a lot higher, closer to 100. Don't get me wrong. But relative to the state, and you just take the high school, for instance, in math, we're 15 points better than the state. In reading, we're 12 points better than the state. It's a higher percentage considering it's a lower score. You see what I mean? So the whole state is having this issue with math. And we need to get better in math. Well, we're not going to stop till we're 100% in math. But they're, you know, like I said, when I network with other schools, I realize that we're all having those same issues. You know, it's interesting how all of us together are lower in math than we are in reading.
Right. No, well, it's really, you know, it's a shame that we're seeing this, and it seems to be a trend that, you know, in the elementary years we're having this high level of proficiency and we're losing them, and we're losing more and more as we go along.
Yeah.
And there has to be some way to figure out where that slide begins and how to keep it from sliding down.
Yeah.
And the part that I really struggle with is this, you know, we're proficient. We've drawn the line at what's proficient. And then we look at who isn't proficient, and then out of those that aren't proficient, we look at the percent at level 1 that are substantially below proficient. But once you're proficient, and there's no distinction between those that are highly proficient and proficient. You've reached it, and it's clear here. There isn't even a column here that says what's that percent at level 4. Like,
well, we get that information. I just didn't feel like on this one-page document I would include that. The number that you have in that column is a combination of 3 and 4. These are the people who are over the bar.
No, I understand that, but all of the focus is on the folks that are not proficient.
Yeah.
And what's happening is that there's not a push to say, how do we get our kids all, you know, highly proficient?
Yeah, I understand.
And I respectfully disagree about the level of enrichment that's happening in the elementary schools, because my child is a high-end learner, and you know, what really hit home was a couple weeks ago he brought home his kneecap scores, and compared to last year, he had dropped in his reading substantially. And I questioned him about that, and he said, "Mom, you just have to be proficient." So that's the message we're setting our children.
Mrs. Santa.
Rachel Santa, I'm the Director of People Personnel Services. And I think what we have to really understand about NECAP scores and when we talk about testing is they're not really individual achievement tests. And a lot of times, I know I get reports from my kids too, and we all want our kids to be 4s or 3s or whatever our goal is for our own student. But they're not individual achievement tests. The intent of the NECAP is to be a direct correlation to how a district is doing on the curriculum that's being taught. The other misunderstanding about NECAPs is that it's static skills, and it's not. It's not like here are the skills, and we're showing the kids chipping away to get to those skills. Each year, those skills keep going up, and they keep going up, and keep going up. And developmentally with our students, we see big spikes in higher level cognitive thinking skills in 3rd grade, again in 7th grade, and again in about 10th to 11th grade. So all of a sudden what they're being asked to do is significantly harder in the hierarchy of thinking skills than what they're being asked to do the year before. So it's important, and I know it's easy to say that, and I'm not discounting that more enrichment opportunities and things like that. But we also have to think about that these are not static skills, that they're constantly being upped every single year, and the fact that they're not really an achievement skill for that particular student. And as soon as we use that as an achievement score, I think we're in very dangerous territory. It's supposed to be a dipstick for the district on how the district's doing on the curriculum. Unfortunately, in the media, it's used as an individual student achievement score, and when they chose to use it as part of graduation requirements, it even brought that home more, but that was not the intent and design of the particular test. So I think you have to be careful with that stuff. Yeah. So it may look like we're not meeting this one static set of skills. It's not like that at all. Everything keeps going up every year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments at this time?
When?
I'm sorry, Mr. Roth?
Thanks, I appreciate it. Phil, Ms. John brings up a really good point about the middle school math scores. If you look at those across time within the same age cohort, right, you see a pretty stark difference. And then when you look at between the two schools, you see a pretty stark difference. Now, I look at applying that to some of the planning, especially the data use policy, and how you use it. I think there has to be some form of a curricular opportunity to look at, understand where they're going. I think they both tell you something significant about what's happening at both middle schools.
Right.
And I know what happens at the high school. I also have a good feeling of what happens at the elementary level. Having gone through this and now having been on the committee for years, and now the kids going through this, the middle schools seem to me to be an area where I think that it should be an area of real focus.
Yeah, let me tell you something that has concerned me about the middle schools. This year, I met with 6th grade math, Davisville and Wickford together. 7th grade math, Davisville, Wickford. I did the same thing for ELA. And the word I got was that we don't meet together all that often. This is rare for us. We sat down, looked at test scores. We looked in the 6th grade at geometry and measurement questions from the release tasks we get from the test. And a comment that a teacher made was really striking to me. I've used it in a lot of examples in these kinds of sessions. And she pointed out that, we teach geometry and measurement, but we don't teach what's on this particular test in 6th grade. More of that exact thing has got to happen. We've got to look closely at what it is kids are being asked to do, and are we teaching that? And are we teaching it effectively? And if we do say we are teaching that, well, how are we teaching it? And how is it, are we asking the question the same way the state test does? Shouldn't we have some reliability between the results we get and the results the state test gives us? You see what I mean? So when, we're talking about budget, and one of the items we have, it's not a very big item in the budget, but it's stipends for coordinators. A couple of years ago, coordinators were gone. I need people at the middle level. High school people have a department head. The middle level does not have a department head. So they need at least people to coordinate that work and touch base 6th, 7th, 8th grade math, 6th, 7th grade, 8th grade English. Talk about the common assessments. Hold people accountable to getting that work done. And when we say, all right, we're looking collectively at the results our students are getting, and we're seeing that they're not learning the following things. What are we doing about it, gang? And we got to be at that tight level, question by question, point by point, learning point by learning point. You see what I mean? And I feel like at the middle level, that's not as tight as it needs to be. There's no doubt about it. And I'm sure Terry would agree with me, and I'm sure that Ruth Ann Logan would agree with me as well. And there's got to be that discussion between the two schools. That is starting to happen. It's going to be systematic next year. And I won't have to pull people out of classes to do it like I have been this year. Right now, it's not in our schedule. So if I want them, I got to take them out of class. They should be teaching kids. I got to pull them out and meet with them separately. So we got to build their schedule in such a way that that is going to happen in their schedule. And there's going to be someone to kind of help oversee it and keep everybody plugging along with what they need to do. Because, if I have a lot of well-meaning people, but there's no leader of this, it won't happen.
Thank you. Mr. McGuinn?
Good evening, Jim McGuinn. A couple quick questions and then some observations. Are we off probation with RIDE because of the most recent test scores?
I don't believe RIDE has used the term probation.
Well, whatever we were on last year.
Watch this.
On watch. Are we off watch?
The latest feedback we've gotten from RIDE is that we have a lot of work to do. I don't think they've used the word watch. They haven't used the word probation, but they have. I don't know, Phil, if you can help me out with that about being.
In terms of NECAP or PBGR, Jim?
Well, this whole evaluation and the kneecap scores, and RIDE was very concerned with
Well, it's two
the
pieces.
schools.
The high school reform piece or the state testing? Which one do you want to talk about? It's two separate conversations.
For the high school reform piece, they've talked about how there are a number of things that we need to be doing that we're just not doing yet. So they want to see a lot of progress made in a very short time at this point. That is not necessarily connected to the scores we're getting. That's a different conversation from Ryan.
We were placed on a watch list for the test results of 07, 08. And I think you're asking,
Yeah.
what's the status of that status?
Yes.
Yeah, here's how that works. Essentially, with NECAP, as you know, we get a school-wide score. And back in the day, schools just got school-wide scores and that's it. Since this new kind of testing paradigm, we can pass as a school-wide group, but then as a subgroup, say special education, math, we can fail one hurdle. There are, I believe, 21 hurdles. If you fail one, you fail as a school.
Okay. And that was,
Last year, we had failed a couple special ed categories, and also participation below 95%. That's why we were flagged. Even though we had school-wide score in reading of, say, 85%, didn't matter. You fail one hurdle, you're done.
okay. But we're off, we've overcome the,
Well,
not enough kids
we did that one.
participating.
Check at the box on that one.
Good.
In the next 2 months or so, we get the AYP breakout of how we did in the subgroup. They do a calculation. If you want to see something, I can show it to you if you're interested. But they convert the 4s, 3s, 2s, and 1s into an index score. It's a math conversion. Then they have a chart. And every year till 2014, the bar goes up every third year, and they place us on the chart for elementary, middle, or high. And that's the next thing. They AYP our scores for us.
Okay.
And we get them like a month.
What was the critical factor in getting kids to take the test?
Say it again?
What was the critical factor in getting the kids at most risk, I think, were the ones to take the test?
I think the challenge in all the schools are, some kids are out because of medical issues, some kids are maybe placed in other programs in Rhode Island. If they're out there and they're ours, we own them. We have to be diligent and hunt them down and make them take the assessment. So you have to have a real tight protocol. If someone's absent, who's following up on where the student is, when are they back in, if they're placed at a school in another community, who's giving the assessment there, a lot of follow-up.
But there's someone in each school
Yeah.
who's responsible. Who would that be?
Principals.
The principal, okay. Cool. I don't want to take too much time, but I just want, those are important things because I thought that, the kids at most risk not getting to the exam was problematic, obviously.
We're not sure that the kids who didn't take the exam were necessarily the ones at most risk. That's it.
Okay.
We didn't meet the percentage of students who should take the exam, but who those particular kids were.
I had heard that it was the kids at the...
No, it could vary. For example, some kids could be hospitalized for a broken arm, and we didn't get to them in time to take the assessment. That would
Okay.
count. And if you don't get a kid taking a test, it's a 0 on your score. So a couple zeros can be powerful as far as dragging down your index score. So it could be all kinds of kids who missed it. And
Okay.
also, going from 95%, 92% could be 3 kids in terms of an aggregate.
Okay. How much does the reconfiguration, this brought up lower test scores, particularly in a high school, with moving from school to school, the 1 through 3, 4 to 5, do you think that'll have as an impact positive, because we want to get up to where Barrington is and the others, do you think that's going to have a significant impact?
When I look backwards, I haven't really focused on that particular issue. Like, is there an effect of, the K through 3, 4, 5 thing and that's a reflection of the test scores for certain grades of kids that go up. I have not seen that correlation, that has necessarily led to a boost or a problem with test scores. I can't help but think, however, that if I've got one principal and one team of teachers in the same school that own those kids from K to 5, that there's a lot better chance of a good continuity about really following up when the kids transition from class to class, that the teachers already know who those kids are and know what they need. And, so I can't help but think that it will lead to good things. Will it be the be-all and end-all, and all of a sudden that's going to be the one reason why we get tremendous test scores? Probably not. But I think it'll help.
Okay. I have a couple observations, and they go to what Mr. Welsh said about the difference in the cost versus Barrington versus North Kingston. So I took the most recent data from RIDE that they have. And just a couple interesting things jumped off the page while I was waiting, and this is published on, probably familiar with this. Percent instruction. We're actually, although we're in all the groups, math, reading, and we're about 10% lower than Barrington in our scores. Our cost per pupil is about 9% more. And then when I looked at below the numbers, and the number that I'm most focused on as a businessman is where you're spending your money to your core mission. And your core mission is instruction. And RIDE breaks that out. And on average, it's 50% statewide. It's been 50% roughly for North Kingston, and in the 011 budget, it remains around 50%. In the most recent data from RIDE, it's interesting that Barrington is 10 points. They spend 62% on instruction. They spend 10% more of their budget on instruction. Lower cost per student, but they're spending it on instruction. They're spending instruction support, 12% versus our 19%, which tells me more is going on in the classroom. Leadership is less in Barrington than it is in North Kingston. And these are, you know, you put your money where your mission is in any business, in any endeavor. And I think these are some statistics that are telling. And one final comment that I'll make, and the children I'm most concerned with in this school system are the ones that will probably be not going to college. And I have a couple anecdotal experiences for you. When myself and 5 others started a medical device company that was eventually bought by Johnson & Johnson, we were trying to do some kind of crazy things with harmonics and laparoscopic surgery. The person who made the breakthrough was a machinist with no college education. He made the critical breakthrough. I also hired an MBA from PC that I had to send to remedial writing. I was amazed, an MBA. The thing that concerns me, and I just helped a kid who graduated from this high school who was in abyss for 4 years after he graduated, working at, you know, shops. I just got him a job. He just bought a car. He's thinking about getting married. He's got a career path now, but it's in a vocation. He tried to go to New England Tech, and he couldn't make it because we don't spend, I think the budget is still around $300,000 out of a $60 million budget for vocational ed. And 15, 20, 25, 30% of the students in this school will go into a vocation. And I think we're, you know, my daughter was advanced placement, you know, that was great. I'm more concerned, and I am running into these kids more and more that are graduating from the school and they're lost. So test scores, and I don't know how you do it in your program. I think you're doing an excellent job. But anything we can do to keep those kids, and I call them the kids at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Make this the last question or comment for Dr. Roger's presentation, and we have our Special Education Director, Mrs. Santa, who will be giving a presentation next on the Special Education Department.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I know we're still on the first agenda item. I'll try to be short. My first, Philip White, 39 Forest Park Drive. The first thing I have is a comment that we've noticed. I have kids throughout the school district, blended family of 5, so I think we've hit them all. I've also had my daughter who's 15, no longer not in this school district, but went through some of the Barrington school districts, so I have some experience there as well. My first thing is, I think one area that needs to be looked at, we focus very much on test results, how well they can do a math problem, how well they can read. One area of concern that I've seen and that we've seen as parents as well, we've gotten feedback from staff, is the transition from 5th grade to 6th grade. I think there needs to be some emphasis and some research done on the expectations of taking a 10-year-old who's used to being in the same classroom for the majority of a day, a lot of one-on-one instruction, and then putting him into a middle school where they now, for each class, they have to go to a different room, they have to maintain their own homework and writing it down in their schedule. I know they work on that in 5th grade, but I think the expectation and stress certainly changes a great deal from 5th grade to 6th grade. And I think that probably has to play some sort of role in some of what you're seeing in the middle school. Obviously, that's just the first of 3 years, but that's how they're starting off that career, if you will, their middle school career. So I think that's just some feedback that I wanted to pass along. Going back to your presentation, one area that you had mentioned was the advisory class, or that time, I should say. It's great to expect and ask a faculty member to do certain things, check in, hey, how's your report card, how are you doing in your classes, where do you need extra help? In the other classes, you can, and I hate to use the words judge, but you can gauge how well they're doing that based on how well their students are doing. Do you have an idea of what tool you might put in place for the advisory time, as you've identified it as being a critical or a very important area that needs some attention and a lot of, I guess, potential for growth and help? How do you plan on knowing if that's actually happening, that what you're asking them to do is actually occurring?
I think, in terms of the advisory, I'm not necessarily looking at a set of test scores or a set of student work. What I would want to know, and this is something that we need to work on as an administrative team, and that is, how do we monitor that? How do we know that an advisor has at least had a conversation once a quarter, say, about their report card, or once a quarter or once a semester even, about their individual learning plan? And nothing that in depth. I mean, teachers have plenty to do with the courses they need to teach. But, this time is kind of set aside to get to know these kids in a 4-year relationship so that they feel like they know someone and they can go to someone when they need help, and that, someone's watching out for me in school. I think that makes a big difference. And so I think what we need to do as leaders in the schools is have a way to find that teachers are doing that kind of thing. And that's not that hard to do, through whether it's email or just, touching base with those teachers from time to time to see, okay, have you met with students about report cards? Have you met with them about, this piece and that piece? That's all we need to know. And I think you'll start getting results that those teachers will be communicating more with guidance counselors, and guidance counselors will report to the administrators and say, I'm hearing a lot from advisors all of a sudden, that, they are picking up things and making me aware of it, and now I can help the kid, and, that kind of thing. It's a different kind of data that you collect.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the other piece that I wanted to ask about was, you've mentioned that there's there's going to be an environmental shift, if you will, for the staff, that in some ways you're asking them to change the way they do things, the way they think, and things of that nature. Have you put a plan in place to help? We're talking about how the staff's going to help the students. Have you put a plan in place on how to help the staff with the transitions and getting their buy-in, if you will? Obviously, without their buy-in, this all falls apart.
Well, this semester, when we just started down this road today, we've been having a lot of discussions as department heads, and some discussions as the high school faculty, but we've had another discussion today. And, there's some anxiety about, some of these moves, because, like I said, all of us who have been trained as teachers have never been trained to do this kind of work, to be collaborative in this kind of way. So people are worried about that part, but they're also really worried about, we get these 27 things that kids have to pass to be able to graduate. There are some kids that really have a hard time with just about everything academically. And how do we ensure that they do this in a timely manner, that we can monitor it, and what happens if they don't? So today, in that discussion we had, there was a lot of anxiety about that piece. So we got to include them in the conversation about how that's going to work. We got to make sure it happens systematically. It's not, you don't get someone paying a lot of attention to your problem because you got the right teacher. It's because you have any teacher. And then, we got to continue to work on it. So something that I'm hoping will happen next year is that we have regular professional development days for everybody throughout the district, that they happen once at the end of each quarter, for instance. So at the end of each quarter, you can sit down with that common team and say, how did we do this quarter? How did that common assessment go? Did we get the results we wanted? If we didn't, why not? And then what are we going to do about it, whether it's this year or for next year's class? And also, what are we going to do next quarter? What's our goals here? So it all kind of ties in. Professional development days, use of common planning time, administrators and department heads and content coordinators who can oversee this and make sure that those goals are being met. We need all those pieces to be a part of it. And once they are, and they're working in harmony, we're going to get results. I can't help but think we will get significant results. Everything that I've seen and experienced myself tells me that. So.
Well, you got to make a change,
Yeah.
If you're doing the same thing and expecting different results, I think we know that.
I said the exact same thing today at the high school. If we keep doing the same thing, we cannot expect different results.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Roger.
You're welcome.
We have next presentation is on the Special Education Department from the Director of Pupil Personnel Services, Mrs. Rachel Santa.
Gotcha. I'm glad I said something appropriate. Mine's very short. I believe I've been asked to come this evening to discuss the special ed budget. There's a lot of questions regarding how money is spent. And really, the predominant, where we spend most of our money is an out-district program. So what I did is I broke down our tuition costs. I do want to caution, I didn't make a big handout for everyone, so you might have a hard time seeing this. I do want to warn, when I say total special ed encumbered, that means as of today how much money we have asked and put aside for the end of the school year. I do know for a fact that the number will be less because several students are in the process of transitioning back, but we don't know those numbers until we receive the bills and get them paid and then stop that particular purchase order, if that makes sense to you. So approximately right now we have in day treatment programs, usually clinical day treatment programs, we're spending about $1 million on those type of placements. In placements where we're working with pretty significant students with multiple needs, multiple handicaps, we're spending about $469,000. The Rhode Island School for the Deaf, we're spending about close to $60,000. Transition services, in case you don't know what those are students who are over 18 but were required to continue educating students until 21 or until a student graduates and receives a diploma, and that's individualized per student. So a lot of these transition services are for students who are 18 and above who are going out in the community with job coaching and things along these lines. And the total for that is just about $1.6 million. Again, I would assume that this would go down a little bit because of the amount of students that are transitioning back into our programs. Those are the tuitions that in some ways we control through the individual education programs, that we are able to make decisions as teams. Some of these I've been responsible or assisted the team in placing, and some of them they were here before I started. The next group, D5 placements, vocational, technical, and charter school, we have no input into these particular placements. You'll notice that D5 placements are costing us about close to $300,000, and that number in a day could go up. It just depends. If the parent or the last known address for the student is in district, then we're required to pay that child's educational cost, and usually in residential placements. That cost is about $46,000 per special education student and approximately $13,000 per regular education student, but predominantly they're special students under special ed who are in these residential facilities. Vocational technical schools, and was it Mr. McGlynn? You were talking about vocational technical. These are students in vocational programs. We're spending about $167,000 on these students. And I want to touch base because I share the same concern that there are a lot of students that we know would do better vocational technical type programs. Although it is very different than the system I grew up in where you either took vocational technical or you sort of went the college route. It's not like that anymore. Students still have to meet standards and they still have to meet their graduation proficiency requirements in those particular programs. And then on top of that, they add the vocational piece, which I think is great because then they're ready for both college and or vocational tech, or both, a combination. I think the big issue that North Kingstown deals with is that our students have a very strong school pride and a very strong sense of they are NK. We hear that a lot with our NKHS students. And in order to go to vocational technical schools, have all the programs that they want, they have to leave the district and re-enroll in another school. So I think that is an impediment or a roadblock to why some of our students don't attend vocational technical schools. Right now, because we're in catchment areas, it's a bigger issue than it may seem, oh, just do this or do that. It's a little bit bigger than that because we have to follow through with where our catchment areas are. We've done some creative things and we've had to back off on that. We're still working towards what is the best interest of our students and getting into those vocational programs. Charter schools, again, no control over charter schools. That's $577,000 are going towards charter schools. So our total tuitions, the total for that's about $1 million. Our entire tuition is over $2.5 million in tuition outs. Okay. All right. I did take a look at data because I also wanted to know where are we at compared to other people, other districts, and this is actually nationwide. I didn't take statewide data. I took nationwide data, and this was done by the Like Communities Nationwide. And I believe they took it from the United States Department of Educational Statistics, I believe is where they got their information. And I looked at occupational therapists, speech language, physical therapists, and out-of-district placements, where we are compared to the nation. You see the 20th percentile, the next is the median, and the next over is the 80th percentile. I look at the median. Occupational therapists nationwide are about 0.56. In North Kingstown, we have about 0.34. So we're a little bit below the median in that area. For speech and language pathologists, the median is 1.67. We're at 1.94. Keep in mind, we also have preschool programs, which may skew this number a little bit. Physical therapists, the median is 0.24, and we're at 0.22, so right on the median. Out-of-district placements, the median is 9.84, and we're at 8.89, so right at the median. Okay. One thing that I believe will assist us in saving money and what I've put into place this particular school year, starting at this beginning of this school year, was the alternative learning program. I believe I came here last spring to talk about the programming and the continuum for the next year. And this is one piece, and I have to say has been very successful. We started in September. Originally, we thought it was going to be 2 students. And it ended up being 5 students who were ready to transition from out-of-district placements. What I didn't put in here, which I should have in retrospect, is we do have 2 teachers and 2 paraprofessionals in the program. So I didn't add their cost into this program. But the possible savings just in tuitions was over $200,000 just in having those 5 students return. This is not me forcing the students to come back and saying you have to come back because we have to save money, because that's not the appropriate way of transitioning kids back. This was working with the out-of-district placements really closely on how to develop good transition plans. Many of these students did work in the spring before they started here in September, so it wasn't day one they showed up and everything was fine and dandy. We spent a lot of work in the spring with visiting and half days and some other things in order to get the students here. let's see, okay, so, and then 5 additional students have transitioned in the program directly from the high school between September and February. I told you there's a savings range in there, because if I take probably a good estimate, out of those 5, more than likely 3 of those students would have been placed in out-of-district placements, and we chose instead to have them do the alternative learning program. They're being successful in that environment, and we saved between $136,000 and $226,000 by doing that. Keep in mind the average placement is about $46,000 for a standard, like a Bradley Day School is about that amount of money. If you're looking at a Meeting Street School or a Trudeau Center type placement, you're looking at closer to $70,000, just to give you an idea. In January, we had an additional student transition from out-of-district placement, and because it's only a half a year, the savings is about $22,000. So that student's also being successful. What I mean by successful and how do we measure success, I measure success by students being educated in the least restrictive environment. And those 5 students that started with us in September, almost all of them are full-time in the high school at this particular point. It is in a separate location in the old D building, if you remember, or where IT is now. That's where this program is located. All students take PE, lunch, and elective at the high school. And then in addition, these kids who have transitioned in September are now taking academic courses. And out of those 5, almost all of them are full-time in the high school at this particular point. And they may have 1 period left to do a touch base so they don't lose their kind of support team around them. Next year, we have planned an elementary ALP and to build on our current middle school behavior program, but to make it a little bit staffed a little bit differently, and a little bit more support, very similar to the high school program, and making middle school ALP. Again, if we can prevent students from going to out-of-district placements, that's helpful. Sometimes if they're already on the downturn behaviorally, if you're talking just strictly behavior, sometimes it's hard to pull them back up. But we have been fairly successful with that, including these 5 kids that came from the high school this year. So I believe that we can continue to be successful and continue to have programming that will save funds. You may wonder what creates a person being in out-of-district placement. I can answer that. I will tell you that our teachers and teams are phenomenal in the district. They are working with students who punch them, bite them, hit them, spit on them, call them the CUNT word, they tell them to F you. Our teachers are dealing with this level of student every single day, and these students are not in out-of-district placements. Okay, they're helping these students. The students may end up needing to be in a timeout room. They may need, if they're totally in danger to themselves or other people, may need to be restrained. So our teams are dealing with that level of behavior every single day in this district. What rises to an out-of-district placement is usually when there's a mental illness, a significant mental illness involved, or a significant level of disabilities or needs that we can't meet within district, that we just can't. And in order to meet would probably be triple the cost with the level of equipment or services that particular person needs. We do have students with significant mental illness across all grades, and that is very hard to deal with when students are titrating medications, when they're having psychotic breaks, when they're significantly bipolar, when they're significantly schizophrenic. That is not, the regulated environment is not the environment in which to handle a student with that level of need. And those are the students that end up most of the time in out-of-district placements if it's not. And usually that's over time. It's not a quick decision. It takes time to get there. And it's only when students are in true crisis that we may do a quick 45-day placement in order to get them stabilized. Okay? Discretionary funds. This is the money that I feel like I may have control over, but I really don't. It's about $44,000. It's the only thing in the budget that I have a little bit of play with. But I have to tell you, the majority of this money is spent to buy items that are outlined in students' individual education programs that are required for their individual use, and it's recorded in their IEP's individual education program as being needed. These are things like specialized textbooks. Enlarged, we have students that need to read with 38 font, so they have huge, you can imagine, huge textbooks. It may be instructional programs, specialized strategies, adapted materials, and all those things are purchased from that supplies and materials, as well as the more mundane, boring stuff, like office supplies and file folders and pens and printer ink. Not real exciting stuff, but that's what comes from that particular budget area. So that's it. I told you not too long. I believe that's what I specifically asked to come for. And I'm sure there are maybe a few questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Santa. Are there any questions or comments from committee members for Mrs. Santa? Mr. Roth?
Yeah, thank you, Larry. Rachel, I really appreciate you coming out tonight. I was the person to kind of ask for this presentation, and I think it's extraordinarily helpful to see what you're doing. I know how we're trending, and I know some of the actions that you've taken over the last 18 months, and I think it's great that we're working toward these areas. I do have a few questions for you.
Yeah.
In the tuition line item, you listed charter schools. Last night, I'm looking at the budget document now, that I see, and it's just a budgetary question. The charter school tuitions are in your budget, or are they in the 50 line item non-public school?
They're under, the payments come out of my office. I would have to ask Ned exactly what line item they come from, the budget that you're looking at.
Right.
But they are, when I'm looking at tuition outs, they're part of my big picture.
Okay.
Okay. Even though they're not special education, again, that's why it's people personnel services. The reason why it's called that is because of OTPT, nursing, charter schools, voc tech. It's all those different services that students need.
And if I'm looking at the budget and I see a line item called other purchase services under the spec, and that's where the tuitions lie.
It could be there. Other purchase services that we need to purchase for students are things like, and I'm not sure exactly what you're looking at, but we need to purchase sometimes clinical evaluations can't be done within district. They have to be done. Neuropsychologicals cannot be done in district. They have to be done outside. They're very expensive. Okay. These are other services that we have to purchase. We also have to purchase, and I believe it's in that line item, when students are placed in hospitalizations or are under medical, we have to provide tutoring for those students. When they're at Butler, when they're at Bradley Hospital, and any other hospital, we have to provide tutoring for those students.
So with all those services and the tuitions, they comprise that $2 million number.
Yeah, stick it there. Yeah, I don't believe tutoring was part of my breakout, and it was, and not to underestimate, it was over $2.5 million.
And then just the last question I've got is just over the entire budget, and I've raised this issue just in general, and it's caused a little bit of flack coming back to me, but that's okay. That 23% of the total budget is dedicated towards the special needs program. And I just want to understand where that's inclusive of. If I'm looking at the budget, I see the line items for salaries and benefits over just near the 11 million of the 13 million that we're talking about. How much of this is broken down by federal spending, grants?
We do receive federal funding, and several of the FTEs positions are paid for through grant funding. That's a much longer conversation about the danger and what that's created over time in this particular district, which I'd be happy to do. Probably tonight's not the best time to talk about what shape our grants are in, because they actually are full of FTEs, and the problem with that is things that we could probably pay for that are specific to special ed around supplies don't exist because it's full of positions. And there's a reason for that. They didn't want to cut in the past, so that's what happened. So again, what was the question?
Well,
I don't know if I get this too.
I'm trying to get a feeling. We're looking at a figure budgeted as 13.5, which against 23% of the budget. And 11 of that is in salaries and benefits. I'm just going to get what percentage of that 11 million is broken
Federal
down by
mandate?
federal, state?
I don't have that number for you. I can tell you.
Actually, page 37 is grants.
Oh, good. I didn't.
37.
Okay. How many were in? I don't remember the percentage that's in the CRP. I will tell you, almost everything in special education, we don't have a lot of flexibility on. We have a tremendous amount of federal and state laws that we're required to follow. Otherwise, it will actually cost us more money because we'll end up being in court a lot. So and I have to tell you, I don't make decisions with teams ever based on the fact that we may end up in court. I make the decisions based on the needs of the student, our ability to meet those needs, the services that child requires in order to make progress, and then developing the individual education program around that student. And in fact, it's illegal for us to bring up money as part of those decisions.
Totally
just to be clear.
Yeah. So that's fine. It looks like page 37 says that.
Yeah, it should be broken out there.
1.6 million or so.
That sounds about right.
Okay. So
this year from our CRP received just about $1 million. And then because we didn't spend everything last year, we got a little bit of carryover. Okay. And in the past, the FTEs, they picked up the whole $1 million plus the carryover. Now keep in mind, that's leftover from the year before, and used that entire amount for positions. So now you can imagine this coming year, we have $1 million. They based the budget on 1.3. What happened to those FTEs? Lucky for us, we had the R grant, the BAMA money, which I commonly call it, in order to help support that and supplement for now.
There you go, Rachel. The problem is, in prior years, you can have a tough budget decision to put FTEs in the grants. And I would say the 2003 by 3, 4, 5, 6 vintage, we loaded up the grants with FTEs. Every year, salaries and benefits go up.
Almost
and
$75,000 a year.
You get to the point where it erodes your ability to get other things you need. We've now turned that. We're pulling out FTEs. As you know, earlier, we talked about special ed numbers going down from the mid-700s to 605. We drop out FTEs out of the grants to get more space for the things we need. So that's a tough one. That takes a couple of years to write that, but we're doing it.
Yeah, we're doing our best to do that, as well as pumping up our program so we have the capacity infrastructure so that students aren't in out-of-district places unless really required, unless they meet those criteria I was talking about before.
That's it. I really appreciate your time.
No, my pleasure.
Mr. Welch?
Great job. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I have a question as it relates to charter. The 577,000, is that all charters?
Mm-hmm.
And how many students would that represent?
I believe that's approximately 68 students, close to 70. It's between 68 and 70 students.
And I know you understand this, but just for the public.
Yes.
We're a performing district
Mm-hmm.
that's performing better than the charter
Correct.
schools, and this money is coming out of our budget
Correct.
when we get cut by state aid.
Correct. Yeah. You have to think about per pupil ratios is a big pot of money. And public schools, from that pot of money, they pay for our more expensive student. Obviously, the average cost, I believe, to educate regular ed is about $13,000. I said this before. And special it's about $46,000. Actually, we just recently went down to about $42,000 for special ed. It's not indicated yet because it takes a little bit of time to get that caught up. But if you think about, that doesn't cover the cost of a day treatment program. It does not cover the cost of a meeting street placement. So from that pot, we spread that out over all students in order to cover that cost. When you pull the charter schools out and they're not required to take the $70,000 student, the $125,000 student, they won't take those students for the most part. You can see that it takes from the collective. And then that's an issue. And the intent of charter schools is really for urban environments, not suburban environments. There's 2 in this area. Nothing against charter schools, but you're right, it does pull from the common pot, if you want to think of it that way.
The other cross that we have to bear that they don't have to bear is of the 630 state mandates, 70 are required by charter schools. It's an uneven playing field, and we're getting burnt by it.
Yeah, and we're not the only district. You know, this is
I can't
across,
fight their battle. I want
I
to
know.
fight out.
It's the same conversation I had when I worked in South Kingstown. There were more students attending the charter schools there. It's the exact same issue. I think the silver lining, if there's a silver lining, is that they become their own local educational agency. So if they're coming back to me to ask for something in special ed, I'm able to say to them, I'm sorry, you're your own educational agency. You have to talk to your leadership there, that we're not providing, we pay you to service this child, and we're not going to pay more or give more than what we've already given. So there's a silver lining to that.
I've asked for legislation to be considered that we could become a charter district. Thank you.
All right, we'll have to see.
Just one quick question, just for some clarification. The tuition line items that you said the school district really doesn't have control over.
Yeah.
I know one of them was
DCYF?
DCYF.
Yeah.
My understanding is those are court-ordered placements, and basically
We have no choice.
whatever the judge.
Well, it's the rule is where the last known residence of the family of the student or the parents of the guardian parents of that student. I will tell you, and I'm glad you brought it up, I meant to say this, every single one of those I check to make sure that the people are still living here. Because DCYF in the past had seemed to me like a scattered process where they would send out a bunch of letters and hope one of the districts would pick up the student. So because I knew that, and I think that's tightened up and it's not like that, quite like that anymore, I continually make sure if I get a letter from DCYF saying this student has been placed, I make sure that they are a district student and not now living in another district, even if it's Jamestown or Narragansett, sorry. I make sure that that's where they're living. Because it is a huge cost. I mean, we're looking at $46,000 or $13,000, but mostly $46,000. So.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions for Mrs. Santa on her presentation this evening? Thank you.
Welcome.
We can certainly, we're going to be moving into public comment next, and if Mrs. Santa, if you wouldn't mind hanging around during public comment, if anyone has any questions for you when we reach the public comment portion of the agenda, they can certainly ask at that time. Thank you. No. The next agenda item we have is citizens' comments at this time. So I would just respectfully ask that we adhere to the 3-minute limit on citizens' comments this evening. We had 2 presentations, and it's 9 o'clock, and we basically haven't moved into the agenda at this time. So if we could just stay on task with the citizens' comments, I would appreciate that. Citizens' comments at this time?
Good evening. Dick B., Seagrass Way. I don't want to talk about the budget numbers tonight, but I'll talk about the attitude that I've seen over the years and the attitude of the school committee, school administration, school chairman going down.
Mr. B., let me...
That's a comment, sir.
I'm going to interrupt.
Don't take it away from my 3 minutes.
I'm going to interrupt you before you start.
Go.
And I apologize. If you have any questions or comments pertaining to the agenda, you're more than welcome to make those. We're not going to exchange personal blows up
Yes,
there
it
this
is.
evening.
They're pertinent.
Thank you.
The Larry Cerisi that I knew 3 years ago, I would have hired as in
Point of order, personal attack, and I don't think we need to have
Thank
that.
you, Mrs. Avisano. Mr. B.
The only thing that I can say is that I think this school committee is fostering a secretive attitude with regard to its release of information, and we have been asked, I'm a member of NKTO, we have been asked by our members, I've been getting phone calls, are we going to have a referendum? I don't wish to talk about the numbers because I think the numbers are inflated, but June 8th will be the night.
Great. Thank you, Mr. B.
You're welcome.
All 3 members.
Hi, Eileen Daly, and I'm on Sophia Circle. I just wanted to say that I am so impressed with the amount of work that's been done, the level of professionalism that's been shown, and I, for one, am just, I haven't been so excited about education. I love what Commissioner Gist is doing. I love that we're looking at conformity, that we can trust that children are going to get the same education in math class and in science class, and we're going to make that effort, that we're going to make that effort. And I have 4 children going through this system, and two of my children, my twins are traditional learners, and they did very, very well in the NK system. And the North Kingstown system has been traditionally a sound and good system, but times are changing, and this effort on your behalf is really, I think, heading in the right direction. My other children, they're a little bit more needing in that non-traditional area, and so those, I think, are the kids that have, if any of the kids have suffered or have struggled, I think it is those kids who maybe are in need of vocational training or are in need of more assistance. The idea of stabilizing or bringing conformity to the advisory system is again, a wonderful direction to go in. And all of the research that I've seen for decades about how high-risk children do, and I worked in the school system as a counselor, when a concerned adult is involved in a child's life, even if there are significant detrimental factors in their environment outside of school or in their intrinsic to the child themselves, they do better. There's really just no debate about that, I think. And so to bring that conformity to the advisory system is, again, it may not be perfect, but it's certainly going in the right direction. I want to thank this committee, and I want to thank this administration, because all of you have done, I think, huge amounts of work. I think you all have children and their benefit in mind, whether you always agree or not. I appreciate your efforts. I'm glad you're doing it, and I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Thompson, 185 Brookhaven Road, North Kingstown. My email is gojot@yahoo.com. I would like to ask the committee for four figures, dollar figures, which I assume are available to the public. I don't expect an answer tonight, but I would appreciate finding out in some reasonable amount of time. First, how many North Kingstown tax dollars have been spent on extra salary and legal expenses regarding Dr. Jim Halley? By that I mean his salary and any other payments since he was removed from his position of superintendent, plus the dollar figure of town legal resources that have been expended on his case to date. Number two, how many North Kingstown tax dollars have been spent on extra salary and legal expenses regarding Jerry Foley? Again, I mean his salary and any other payments since he was removed from his position of principal, plus the dollar figure of town legal resources expended on his case to date. Number three, how many North Kingstown tax dollars have been spent or obligated to date on the purchase and installation of a biometric fingerprint scanning system to track lunchroom purchases? And number four, how many North Kingstown tax dollars are budgeted for the continuing operation, maintenance, and repair of this system in the future, including outside service contracts and internal non-teaching personnel resources? I would appreciate knowing the amount of tax dollars spent, obligated, or budgeted for these four items. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Mr. Draper, did you get this gentleman's contact information?
I did not get the email.
Could you restate your contact information?
Gojot@yahoo.com. GOJOET@yahoo.com.
Mr. Draper, could you please put together that information for this gentleman? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Richard August, 79 Apple Tree Court. Clearly, I had comments that were going to take longer than 3 minutes, but in the spirit of the evening, I will be brief. Last night, I left at 10 o'clock, so I really don't know at what stage of the budget deliberations you ended up. But one thing did come up, which I think I should comment on, and that is Mr. Roth's question regarding the selection of a controller for the district. I believe Dr. Thornton said that his resume was posted on a national database of some sort, and he certainly comes with good qualifications. However, as Mr. Roth pointed out, there were people in the community who approached him about the position, three of whom, he said, I believe, are certified public accountants. And ladies and gentlemen, it just seems to me that a job that has a starting salary just south of $75,000 a year with a full benefit package would certainly be of some interest to people who are residents of this town. And I'm not suggesting that residents of the town should be given priority. I'm just saying that they should be given an opportunity to present their credentials for consideration. And that job, and I'm not talking about every job that comes up, but that job should have been posted in a public area such as the local newspapers at least, notifying people in the community that job was available. I don't think his question was out of bounds at all. That's just, my personal observation. Second thing I'd like to bring to your attention is that the audited financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2009 were supposed to be presented to the town council last Monday evening, and it was postponed for reasons that aren't clear to me. But as a member of the town audit committee, I did review with the rest of the committee the draft financial report with the auditors prior to their completion. There's one schedule that addresses a point that Mr. Welch raised earlier this evening, and I'd just like to share something with you to consider as you deliberate the budget. Schedule 18 of the audit financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2009, shows that in the fiscal year that ended in 2000, there were 351 teachers employed in the district and 30 administrators. And these were supported by 214 employees serving a student population of 4,560 students. In the most recent fiscal year end, there are 378 teachers, 34 administrators, and 231 support personnel serving a student population of 4,315. In other words, the number of district employees increased by 8.1% on a decline in the number of customers, the students, of 5.4%. The average cost, according to the audit report, of educating a student in the North Kingstown School District went from $8,576 in the fiscal year ended June 30, 2000 to $13,592 last school year, which, folks, is an increase of 58.5%. It shouldn't be a surprise to anyone why the taxpayers in this town and this state are getting restless. You simply cannot sustain this rate of increase, that you're outrunning the ability of the taxpayer, the tax base, to support the services that are being provided. You can't look at tax increases. You have to look at spending decreases, unfortunately. It can't go on. The state of Rhode Island is heading toward bankruptcy. It's as simple as that. And if you want to look at Central Falls and what's going on there, that's a good indicator right there. Finally, I'd like to call your attention to the schedule Mr. Draper presented. The way I understand it is, and I think Chairman Cerisi pointed out, that this expenditure level, the superintendent's adjusted budget recommendation of $56,257 represents a 1.7% increase over last year, or the year we're in, the year we're in. Well, my understanding is the town council asked for 3 budget numbers to be presented: 4.5% increase, which is the maximum permitted under law, a 2% increase, and a 0 or level funded. Now, it seems to me the superintendent and his staff has done yeoman's work, and they're bringing in a budget that's less than the 2%, and I think that's commendable. But to get to the 0 funded level, it looks to me, according to the schedule, that the items number 15 through 27 would be those items which would have to be eliminated to achieve savings of about $950,000, which would represent a 0 funded budget. Comments were made last evening about the improvements in the budgeting process, and I think that's a relative statement. And I certainly agree that the budgeting process has come a long way from the Halley administration, when I think by design they're actually made non-transparent or opaque. But ladies and gentlemen, at this stage of the game, tonight, according to the schedule in the superintendent's budget, you're going to vote on a bottom line number to present to the council. Well, I don't understand how you can do that if the items number 15 through 21 are not quantified. They're all TBD.
Mr. August, I'll comment on this further when we reach this agenda item, and I'll share with the committee and the community as well. This afternoon, the superintendent and I both met with the town manager and the council president to discuss our format and what we would be presenting. So I'll elaborate on that further, on that conversation further when we reach that agenda item.
Okay. But I think my point is, my final point, I'll get off the stage here, is that at this stage of the process, in order for this committee to do its job properly, I think you should be further along in the process, and at least you should be able to look at these items that may, in fact, have to be cut and say, this is what they're worth. I mean, this tells you nothing, except that, well, let's see, let's get the athletic supporters all jacked up and say we're not going to have middle school sports and freshman sports. And then down here there's a line that says, NK Sports Reduction Program, TBD. Let's get the band parents upset when a elimination of the strings program. What's the value of that? TBD. How is this committee going to make that decision about whether or not that's a cut that you can support? So you've got a ways to go, folks, and I wish you the best of luck. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. August.
Good evening, committee members. Vic Fasolino, Shore Acres Avenue. Mr. Chairman, I thank you last night for recognizing that when you propose a 4.5% increase and you reduce it, that is not a cut. Right. The budget in North Kingstown has increased every year since I've been here, over 15 years. It's always gone up. It has never been cut. I won't go on because I only have 3 minutes. The budget, though, that is proposed has some basic assumptions in it, and I'm unclear as to exactly what they are. 83% of the budget is personnel. I have two big questions. What are we assuming for pay raises for all non-union personnel in that budget? Because I noticed there's a line item in there that says you may get some union concessions. Are we proposing a 3% cost of living increase across the board?
The non-union employees, I believe the total number is 30, memory serves me correct, 7.5, 12 is 19, 22, 23, 24. About 24 employees are non-union employees that would fall under the category that you mentioned. We had if you recall, I think it was last year, we had a conversation around the policy GCB, which basically governs their contracts. And basically there's a scale. I'll let the superintendent explain it further, but a large portion of it is based on merit pay or performance pay rather than just an automatic percentage. So I don't know, Phil, if you want to explain that a little more thorough than I am.
In terms of GCB, the policy, we probably spent 6 months last year talking about this policy and how we set people on the scale, if you will. In most school districts for many years, you've had a scale and then a math formula or index to launch people based on the teacher's salary. Then you multiply it by a factor of like 1.15, let's say, to get a number. This past 6 months or last year, the committee changed that. The final GC policy they set actually kept the index to set new employees on a scale for like a fair market value. For example, the controller was just talked about last night. That person's set inside the index, the high and the low. They have to be in the range. Other than that, we have abandoned the range as far as yearly increases. Historically, if you just got a 2% raise, it'd be a mathematical computation, and folks would get a 2% raise. That's not part of the equation. In this model, what Larry's talking about is a new person set by the index. The other people are modeled in the budget book at a 2% consistent with the ESP contract. We're talking about the supervisor-type individuals. Right. 2% number.
So the budget effectively is assuming a 2% increase for
those. Also, the other part of the equation is the principals. If you go back a couple of years before my time, principals were given 3, 2, or 1 year contracts, and that caused kind of a challenge as far as apples to apples. Last year, the committee took an action where they actually put some folks, as you recall, maybe higher, first the 20% copay across the board, all principals, supervisors, and then gave a 0 to the folks that contracts were up. That was last year. So now, each year, people come off contract, but because we had this 3-2-1 situation, not everyone comes off at once. So to answer your question, the folks that were the non-union folks, non-administrator, 2% consistent with the ESP, that's approximately 7 people, I believe. The principals depends which principal we're talking about because of the contract status. For example, still there are a few folks left finishing their 3-year contracts from 3 years ago. Back in those times, the consistent number was 3%. So you may have a couple of folks left getting a 3% number. It's a contract that's 3 years old. Some folks are at zero, have zeros in the numbers. It depends on who it is.
And those, just to make it clear, the contracts that expired last year, those that we could touch, did not receive a pay raise. Their pay rate was frozen. All of those, and all of the 20-something people that are in that category, their health care copay is not set in their contracts. It was set in the policy. Therefore, we could change or amend the policy, and we did, and we increased their copay to 20%. That was the people that we could touch. There's a couple of people that are coming off of contracts this year who did not come off of contracts last year. I don't want to speak for the whole committee, but I would suspect if we follow the same philosophy, we'd be refreezing their pays as well.
Okay, and then what's the basic assumption in the budget for teachers' increases? What's the COLA assumed? There has to be an assumed COLA increase to come up with a budget.
I would say in our sheet we're talking about, we have a total dollar amount for negotiations, what we look to receive, but I would not want to talk to you publicly about our assumptions about what we're trying to go after. But in our sheet, we approximately are looking to garner $500,000 in negotiation savings through the NEA, but I don't want to publicly talk to you about my strategy of where we're going. I can tell you, given the times we're in, you can imagine where we're going with these numbers.
I think when you talk about contracts, obviously, and you talk about the financials to contracts, obviously the two big pieces you're talking about is health care and salaries. Right. And I think, you know, if you look at what we've done with areas we've been able to touch, I mean, I think it's obvious and pretty common sense where we're going. I don't think it would be advantageous to the school district if we sat here and rolled out our negotiation strategy publicly right now. So.
Fair enough. Okay.
And I don't think it would be advantageous to the taxpayers either.
So. Last night we heard that this is a flesh and bones budget and there's no fat in this one. And we have heard that before, and I appreciate Dr. Thornton for having drafted the budget. And yes, that is what you're supposed to say. You're doing your job, and that's great. But the school committee's job is to balance the advocate for education with the desires and wishes and needs of the taxpayers, and that's where the school committee comes in. Looking over the budget, though, we heard several things last night. We heard that there are, over several years, 50 personnel less in the school department. But if you look on page, and also in the budget introduction, it also says that we've made all the personnel reductions that we really can, and now any additional reductions are going to be a definite detriment to the curriculum. But on page 7, we see that the enrollment 5 years ago to the enrollment now is down 5%. Basically, we're going down 1% a year. On page 16, we see that the personnel 5 years ago in 07 was 627. And in the January 12th budget, we had proposed 603, and I think last night we took 4 out, so we're down to 599 or something like that. The ratio was 7.2 to 1 5 years ago. The ratio now is 7.2 to 1. So to me, I don't see the validity in saying, wow, we cut all these people. Yes, we cut all these people, but we have all these less students also. So I just don't feel that that's a sincere reason to say, oh, this is bare bones because we've already cut all the people we possibly can. Once again, 83% is personnel. That means that of the $57 million, $33 million is salaries. We can't talk about the unions and we can't talk about what you do with salaries, but every 1% is $330,000. If you freeze salaries across the board, and they would have had 3% COLAs like they did not just teachers, but everybody, you save yourself $990,000. There are states where salaries have been frozen for years for all public employees. It's not unprecedented. A couple other things that I heard or haven't heard, medical. Yes, medical's up 17%. You said that's $400,000. If there's a 20% copay, an employee is paying 20% of that 17%, so to speak, so he's paying 3.5% of it. But the town is picking up, whatever that is, 13.5% more of it. Well, there is a huge increase, and I know you know that that's a problem, but that's a benefit to the employee, and I think that ought to be factored in when you start saying, hey, you guys, you know, if we're giving you no increases in cost of living, there's a substantial increase just in the medical premiums that we're providing by giving them the medical plan. The other things I haven't heard that we have heard in previous years, breakage. There's been no discussion of breakage, so are we saying there is a savings or there's not a savings? Consolidation of IT, I know it's on the agenda tonight. Seems to me there's a lot of money that could be saved there. The town seems willing, the school department doesn't. I don't know enough of the details. There was not a lot of budget subcommittee meetings. I don't know if there were budget subcommittee meetings. These are the kinds of things that I think give us a lack of confidence that this is a bare bones, no fat budget. Let me finish, and then I'm almost done, and then you can say anything you want.
I want to answer a few of your questions.
Okay, that's all right. Let me just finish. So, I agree with what Ms. Benson said last night, that we should be thinking about zero, because I think indeed we should, and I agree with what Ms. Page said last night, that the policy used to develop the budget and the budget that's brought to the town council should be clean, organized, neat, and transparent.
I'm going to speak to that when we get to that agenda item. As far as the breakage, I believe it's reflected in page 14 of our budget.
Yes, it's 400,000.
It is in there.
Page 14, 400,000.
And the other question or comment you raised as far as unwillingness to consolidate IT, I guess that depends on who you ask or whose opinion you get. So I'm not going to go down that road. But
I see it's on the agenda.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Bill Mudge, 710 Old Baptist Road. I was glad to hear the presentation for the special ed kids, and we need to do as much as possible to support those children. But I will say one thing that the young lady mentioned was there is no silver lining in sending kids to charter schools. If it is, it's green, and we're paying. And I would hope that this council, town council, and the school committee, and our Democrat, Republican representatives would write something to the damn House of Representatives and say, we don't like this. Do something about it. Okay? Mr. Roth, you mentioned that the other night. I think you were unaware of the fact, okay, that, we were spending this amount of money over a period of time. Okay? And your comments are well taken. And again, that's the transparency of the budget. Incidentally, well, I'll finish. By the way, the athletic budget is not articulated in the school budget, sports budget. It is not on page 32 or not on the other page. That which you were speaking of combined two budgets, non-athletic expenditures, co-curricular, and athletic expenditures. The athletic budget is $610,000 and down to some $600,000. So indeed, we have no idea. Well, I do. You're cutting the athletic budget this year $30,000 by what you put in the budget so far. So to make a statement that the athletic budget's there, I am literally surprised that we don't have that visibility. And that goes to show you about the transparency of the budget. I asked last night about the $590,000 of stimulus money that's on one of these pages here that we expect to get from the state. Do we have an answer? Are we going to get that or aren't we? It's in the budget. It's on the line item on your revenues. Do we have a $592,000 hole?
We received the ARA money last year. We have every expectation to get it again this year.
Well, no. Bill, that's not. Did anybody say that we can expect by letter, the governor or anybody else, the federal government, are we receiving $592,000, which you're counting on?
It was communicated last year. ARA was broken out in 2 years, and they gave us our allocations both years.
Yeah, that was 09 and 010.
They communicated both years to us.
09 and 010.
We were told what we would be getting an ARA in 2 years, 2 installments.
Well, yeah, but didn't it start in fiscal year 09 and then fiscal year 10? Or is it coming in 10 and 11? I guess that's what
I'll defer to Mr. Draper. He can help.
Okay.
Fiscal year 9 and fiscal year 10 both reflected ARA. In the governor's recommended budget, he is taking the same amount of ARA that we received this year, and he's predicting a reduction to to go to the state's benefit. He's also calling for pension reform. If you take a look at the revenue projection that was sent by the RIDE and the governor's office, it includes roughly the same amount of ARA money for fiscal year 11 as fiscal year 10. Now, he's asking for $176,000 of that to go back to the state to plug gaps in the state budget. Do I know for sure what's going to happen? No. I don't think anybody does.
Okay, so there is some documentation that we can get to validate, because that's a real issue.
And so you understand, the town manager and I have had this discussion. I went through the different revenue numbers, because by policy, the revenue numbers are set by the town. We advise them as to what we get from
No,
our advice.
I would disagree with that. See, that what the law says is, you have a responsibility also to identify revenues and expend it to the town as well. It's a two-way street if you look at the law.
Which, what I'm trying to explain is what we did. Mike and I went over the numbers. He has the same sheet that I'm working off of. We see a difference of around 150,000, give or take.
Up or down?
Not sure. It depends on what, from the governor's recommendation, actually gets enacted by the legislature.
Okay, so there is
I can't say
something by
what
the
it'll be.
governor. I've looked for that. I haven't seen that, so thank you. In this year's budget, or the prior 2 years, our budget was basically supplemented by the fact that the state of Rhode Island, through all these mechanisms, picked up something like $1 million and $1.5 million of pension liability. Is that correct? Is that back in the budget again this year? So we expect we're going to fully fund all of the pension liability this year, and it's reflected in this budget?
The Employees Retirement System of Rhode Island generates a letter based on a board decision as to what their contribution is going to be for the following year. The contribution we've plugged into this budget is based on that letter. So if the governor makes a change to the pension system and the legislature enacts it, they will reduce the state aid by that amount that they're going to take out of our expense. That's what they did this year. That's what they did last year.
Well, again, from a budget standpoint, you have a budget tonight, and my question is the full, does it include the full amount of pension liability that we had prior to stimulus, in other words, 2 years ago?
It includes the pension that the Employees Retirement System of Rhode Island has told us to include.
Is that, and what did they say? In other words, is it?
It's
11.8%?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going back to the so we have to fully fund basically right now the pension fund. We have no relief that we got like we got in 9 and 10 then.
Not that I'm aware of yet.
Okay, that was what I was trying to get
the governor
to.
is
So
asking.
we got another $1.5 million we got to suck up out of this budget for the pension liability right now. Thank you. Somebody hit on this. Did we really have a 17% increase in the medical expenditures this year? I don't think so. I think it was like 9%, 10%.
This is.
Okay, so we have an increase of 17% for our medical. Okay, that's
Bill, the percentage you're citing is state. This is not state. This is GHGRI. It's the collaborative that the district belongs to.
Yeah, that's 17%.
Tiverton's at 19%, so it's quite...
Oh, okay, it just seems phenomenal that it's going up that much, and how are you going to afford that?
It's a pool. It's based on the district's usage, and obviously the district had a high usage, so.
Finally, just hope that, and I didn't catch quite the answer here, is are we sending a zero increase tax budget to the town council also?
Well, we get to vote on it.
We get to the budget.
Well, no, it's excuse me?
We have not been able to discuss this yet.
Well, I guess
We're trying to get there.
Well, I understand. But whether we like to do it or not, don't we have an obligation to send a zero-based budget?
You probably weren't here when we discussed this as a committee, and several of us felt that we're going to send our budget to the town, that every other community in the state sends a budget over to their town council, and then they set the bottom line. They don't send 3 budgets over. So they'll get our budget, whatever it may be.
Yeah, but they asked you for a
Well, we don't
zero.
always get what we ask for, that's all.
I think you're really, really looking for trouble by not identifying, and for the public to say, this is what we would lose with a zero.
But we did.
Bill, we
did
have, and I'm
identify.
going to get into further detail on that.
I mean-
When and if we get to the agenda item.
Okay, so that's my point. Whatever formula you're doing, you must, in my opinion, you should send a zero increase budget and say, if we have to go to zero, we lose X, Y, Z, and Q. That's tantamount to the same thing. Fine. Okay, well, but they really weren't in there. And finally, this is going to be difficult playing out. Let's see. Finally, I've asked this again, and I'll still ask it again. Why haven't we had a dialogue on the Jamestown tuition rate and the cost?
We did.
Public.
We did about a month ago.
Public?
You weren't here. Yes, it was on our agenda about 2 or 3 meetings ago, and I'm sorry you weren't here.
I wasn't, and is there any financial information that we have with respect to that?
Sure. I'll have
Okay.
Mr. Draper get
And
it to
are
you.
there any strict metrics that show us why we are charging Jamestown a certain rate?
There are. We went over it all.
For example,
we went over
nothing
it.
against Jamestown, young lady, because I welcome her. For example, we realize Jamestown doesn't pay a penny on the interest of the bond for this school. We realize that, unfortunately, a school committee several years ago, which I sat on and I objected to, gave Jamestown another discount in addition to that of 1/3. Now, this isn't a matter about Jamestown children or anything else, and I am not, would never suggest not taking them in. That's not the issue. It's a business issue. Mr. Roth, we, regardless of what I think or you think, we have not really looked at the metrics and the cost of this and what it's costing us. And that's what I object to. Why can't we get some people together to do that?
We did. It was presented publicly. I'm sorry you weren't at the meeting. If you'd like the information, I'll have Mr.
Was there a
Draper-
committee put together?
Mr. Mudge, yes, yes. The answer is yes. This is
Then-
all.
And we have another meeting
Don't
coming
interrupt.
up.
Oh, you have another meeting.
Don't
Okay,
interrupt.
good.
This has all been discussed publicly. I'm sorry you weren't here, but I will make sure Mr. Draper
Okay.
gets you the information that was presented.
Okay. Well, so would did you make a decision to have a new contract with Jamestown yet?
We haven't made a decision yet.
Okay, so as part of that, I would like to see all the financial information that justifies your decision, okay, on establishing that rate. I'm sure somebody must have that. All the pluses and minuses that determine what that rate is. It's never been done, and it hasn't been done now. And I'm just asking you, Mr. Chairman, let's do it.
If we could get past public comment and get to some agenda items, this work
I've only
would
been
get
asking
done.
for this for 7 years, even
It
when I was on the
was,
school
it was on an
committee. Why
agenda,
won't we
it was
address-
on an agenda a month ago. I'm sorry if you weren't here. Do you want me to pick you up and bring you to the school committee meetings?
Listen,
We
I
will
missed the
get
meeting.
you the
I
information.
wrote to this committee many times asking for a specific meeting and for specific information. Okay?
Point of order, everybody. Come on, let's relax.
Mr.
And
Mudge,
it's
you're
a
way
business.
beyond 3 minutes, please.
We're losing $250,000 a year.
Thank you, Mr. Mudge. You're right.
Oh, you agree? Well,
Yeah,
good.
good.
Then let's get it back in the contract process.
Thank you, Mr. Mudge.
Thank you.
I'm going to stop picking people up and bringing them to school committee meetings now.
What was that sidekick remark?
My comment was, I can't pick people up and bring them to school
And
committee
maybe
meetings.
everybody
I'm sorry.
can't meet a school committee, but when you write to the school committee month after month after month and give them this information and ask us, and I've asked Mr. Roth before, and that's every one of you, to have a specific meeting and bring people in, but you ignore that.
Bill, we didn't ignore that. I've followed up on every request.
When have we had a meeting to bring people together?
Thank you, Mr. Mudge. Let's move on, please.
Jim McGuinn, speaking for myself and the NKTO, and I will start by, Mr. B came up and was interrupted several times, and when he was walking back to his seat, there was a snide comment made, only 3 members, I guess referring to the NKTO. The NKTO has approximately 500 members. The NKTO does not release its membership list for the reason that the intimidation and bullying that goes on, including, but not limited to, last year's town financial meeting.
Mr. Chairman.
He opened the door.
I'm going to close it for you. Do you have something constructive to say?
Yes, I do.
Then please say it.
I will continue.
Let's get on with our meeting.
I am stating a fact. He opened the door, the membership of the...
Mr. McGuinn, do you have a public comment pertinent to this agenda? What I'm going to do is, I'm going to end public comment if you don't get to a comment about the agenda. I can do that. I can do that. I don't like you. You don't like me. Can we get our work done, please? Public comment, you're out of order. Public comment is over. Thank you, Mr. McGuinn. Thank you, Mr. McGuinn. We're going to take a 5-minute recess, folks. Folks, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
We'll continue public comment, right?
We will continue public comment. I'm not moving. I'm not moving.
President Brown, and he come down and we got it.
That's Mary Ann's.
Oh.
I believe. I don't really direct anything.
No, I had some fruit. I had some fruit. Nice selection for fruit. Me and this is very sorry for it. I'm sure that it did. I'm in a meeting with Dr. Simmons.
It is so good that the meeting's going inside.
We need to get one.
Yeah.
Okay. Mrs. Jarrow, disclosure of executive session votes, please.
Absent from tonight's executive session were Kimberly Page, Mel Boyd Benson, and Douglas Roth. A motion unanimously passed to go into executive session. A motion unanimously passed to support the superintendent's recommendation. A motion unanimously passed to seal tonight's minutes, and a motion unanimously passed to adjourn executive session.
Thank you, Mrs. Jarrow. Moving on to the unfinished business agenda. 09-10 school budget, current year school budget. Dr. Thornton, Mr. Draper, we had this on our agenda last night.
All set.
Is there any updates on this agenda item before we move on to the 10-11 budget?
No.
No. Thank you. Moving on to the 10-11 school budget. Just a quick note going back to some questions that were asked during public comment, or some comments that were made, and I said I would expand on it when we reach this agenda item. This afternoon, the superintendent and I met with the town manager and the town council president to discuss several topics, one of them obviously being the 10-11 budget, which the committee needs to adopt tonight and have to the town council by, the town manager by Monday. So I'll relay some of the highlights of that as it pertains to the 10-11 budget in our process. And Dr. Thornton, if anything I say is inaccurate or not correct, please stop me and correct me. As far as the process with the 10-11 budget, I believe initially the town council did request three budgets, 4.5%, which would have been the max, 2% and a 0%, no increase. And I'm sure that obviously that request still stands. The administration knows that, the committee knows that. In our conversations today, we talked about the process that we followed, where we were in that process right now, and what we anticipated presenting as far as a format. Obviously, we have the original budget submission from the superintendent that was submitted, preliminary budget that was submitted to the committee on January 12th, 2010. As you know, that budget calls for a $2 million increase in local tax support, which equates to approximately a 4.5% tax levy increase. Since that time, in the work through the school administration and the school committee, what is proposed at this time, as I said last night, is exactly a previous increase of $2 million has been reduced. The increase has been reduced by $1,180,000, okay, which leaves us with a requested increase of $800,000. That equates to approximately a 1.7% increase towards the cap. We will present the superintendent's preliminary budget of 4.5%. We will present a separate budget booklet that reflects, complete budget booklet that reflects the budget that the committee votes to adopt tonight. In addition, we will send the required, the detailed required cuts that would be required of us to reach 0% or no increase. So you'll have a 4.5% budget book. You'll have a budget book that represents the committee's adopted budget tonight, whether it be 1.7 or 2 or wherever that number falls. And you'll have a sheet for that will reflect what additional cuts would be required by the committee if the council were to cut our budget to 0. Those figures and those details are outlined in the handout that was made available last night, and I believe there's extra copies on the table tonight. We've explained that process and that intent of the committee and what we intend to send forward or present in our meeting this afternoon. And correct me if I'm wrong, there were no objections to that, and we were told that would be fine.
That's correct.
So we are presenting 4.5%, whatever the committee adopts tonight, and what would be required, what cuts would be required to come to that 0. So we are complying with their request. We're presenting what they have requested. And again, in our conversations this afternoon, it was agreed upon that that process was fine. So when you see these single-page worksheets and you say, what kind of format is this, or the information's not there, or is this what you're going to present? Of course, the council's going to say no to this. There's no information there. This is a worksheet, basically, for the committee and for the public as we work through this process. You have the detailed budget booklet that's been submitted to the preliminary submission by the superintendent to the school committee, and you have a worksheet to that original process that we worked through. Once we complete and we take a vote, another budget book will be developed. We can't, I think it would be unrealistic of us to ask the superintendent or Ned Draper to develop another whole book every time we take a vote to cut 1 item or 2 items or 5 items. I just think that's an unrealistic expectation. I don't see it done in any school district. I don't see it being done by any town council. As far as our transparency or accountability or process, I spent last week looking at the 9 southern regional school districts, well, looking to look at the 9 southern regional school districts' budgets. I can tell you that only one school district had their current budget proposal available for access to the public on the web. That was North Kingstown. As hard as I tried, I couldn't find a budget made available to the public or a preliminary budget made available to the public from the other 8 school districts. That's no slight on them. I don't know what their calendar is. I don't know what their process is. But as far as our process and making information available and being transparent, we were the only one of the 9. So we've been transparent. The information is out there. Be very brief and make one last comment. My first year on this committee was with the former superintendent of schools, Dr. Halley. When we were presented that budget and when we had to vote on a final budget, I voted no. My reason for voting no was basically I didn't believe the budget. I didn't think it was a believable budget. And I thought we could have, even though back at that time we really weren't required to cut further, I thought we could have cut further in the best interest of the taxpayers without adversely affecting the students in the school district. So I voted no on the final budget adoption because I didn't trust the budget. I didn't trust the person who produced the budget. So that's how our process has unfolded. Tonight makes our ninth meeting in which the budget is on the agenda. We've had public discussions, we had public presentations, we've had the special education director present her budget, we've had transportation budget presented, we've had the athletic director here to present his budget. Going back to my earlier comments, I apologize if I was short or rude. But when we have items on the agenda, the public agenda, and the agenda is advertised, and the presentations are given, that's the time to get that information, either through the minutes of the meeting, attending the meeting, watching the meeting. I'm sorry, but I cannot be responsible if somebody was unable to attend that meeting that night. That's not my responsibility. My responsibility is to advertise the agenda in compliance with the law, and we do that. So, with that said, apologize for rambling on. I just wanted to make sure that we're clear on the process and the conversations that have taken place. Mr. Draper, If you could just brief review of the highlights of where we are at the end of last night's discussion with our budget, and from there we'll go to any questions or comments from committee members. Maybe you can just review the numbers as far as percentages and whatnot. I know I actually said most of that, and I apologize, but thank you.
Just a brief recap, and it's covered in the agenda reporting form. What we're requesting is a bottom line appropriation of $56,257,000, 234. This represents a 1.7% increase to the tax appropriation, and that's based on the current revenue projections. Those, of course, subject to change depending on what the state does. It's 1.4% above our FY09 rates. The adjustments on the next page are the redistribution of the Davisville Elementary School expenditures. It retains money for maintenance as well as heat at Davisville Elementary. There is a reduction to the number of teaching staff that was preliminarily provided in the January 12th budget document. Out-of-district tuitions have been reduced, consistent with the points that Mrs. Santa brought forth. And we also have the negotiations that we discussed earlier. Again, to recap, that's $1,180,300 that's been reduced from the superintendent's preliminary budget of January 12th.
Thank you, Mr. Draper. Any questions from the committee on what Mr. Draper has presented? Mrs. Benson.
Would you repeat your numbers again? I got the 56 million, but I didn't get the...
56 million.
I'm writing it down. Thank you very much. 56 million.
56,257,234. That is the bottom line number for the general fund that we're talking about this evening.
That 56,257,234, that represents the number that represents the 1.7%. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Draper?
I have one for you.
Questions or comments? I'm sorry. Mrs. Benson?
In your dialogue, you stated about 3 budgets you say we were going to do. You had a meeting this afternoon, and you were going to do one thing, send the budget in so it will meet the deadline for charter. And then what was the other statement you made? I was writing, and
I'm sorry. I talked for so long, I forgot half of what I said
myself. You mentioned that we were going to send in, and one of the things that you mentioned the 4 and something, and because that I took note of, and that was the amount that we could receive, that we are allowed to under the Piper Weed bill for this year.
Yeah, I believe.
So actually, this 56 million, this 56257. What percentage is that?
Ned, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're allowed, the maximum we're allowed to receive is 4.5%, which equates to roughly $2 million.
Correct.
4.5% equates to roughly $2 million is the maximum that we're allowed to receive. What we're requesting is 1.7%, which equals $800,000.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions or comments on the budget? Mrs. Brunel?
I, too, today pulled out my old budgets from the last years and sitting on the school committee. And recapping the process that we've gone through. And it was very painful to remember all of this, to agonize through it. I remember my first year on the committee, and Dr. Halley sat here and spent about 20 minutes reading the cover letter to us. All right? then proceeded to get the booklet and go through it. I spent hours agonizing through that packet trying to figure out where our money was going. I had so many questions, and I got no answers. And it was very, very frustrating, and I, too, did not vote to support that budget. Going on into following years, things started to get better. We started asking more questions, and we finally started getting some changes. We had a new superintendent. We had a process where we had the bucket list. And we spent hours learning about all the different areas of our system because we, in the past, had no information. And we had to start at like ground zero to figure out what does transportation cost, what is the transportation involved. We went through that process. At that time, we were told basically that you couldn't make a change in the budget unless you came forward with your own ideas on how to make a cut. So Larry Cerisi and I came forward with like 10 different areas. We were talking about uniforms for maintenance. We were talking about stipends. We were talking about the school committee. We even talked about cutting the amount of money that we get. And we came forward with lists and lists and lists and lists of things as to where we thought we could cut. And at the time, Mr. August thought we were really nickeling and diming it to death. But guess what? We got to the amount we were supposed to get to. Okay? And then the next budget comes along. And I'm telling you, it is getting harder and harder to find things to cut. I used to find things to cut. And I used to go into Mr. Draper's office, and I would have a list of like 50 to 100 things and say, what is this? What is in this line? Do we really need to have this? All right, I don't have that list anymore. I honestly can say the list is just gone. We voted every year to cut our budget. Now, you can believe me or you can't. It's going to be my last budget. This is my last go-around, and I'm just so sorry that there aren't a magic area that we can cut. And I haven't heard one single person from this table come forward and say, you know what, I don't like what I see in this book. I think we should cut this out in order to get to zero, or I think we can cut here and it won't impact children, or maybe it will impact children, but we can survive. I have not heard that yet, and if any school committee member or any member of the public can come forward with an idea on and a detail on how to do this better. Now, I remember when I was a member of the public, I used to come forward with ideas as to where I could cut. I've gotten to a point where when you say bare bones, you're really close to bare bones. And then what happens is you have a difference in opinion on education, on whether when you're into the area of, is a reading teacher really, really important? Is that bare bones? It may not be important to this person. It may be important to this person. But that's why you elect us. You elect us to give our best opinion. And that's all we can do for you, is our best possible opinion. So I just want you to know that we have worked very hard on this and combed through this. I don't see a big conspiracy theory. I don't see hiding pockets of money anywhere, and then we're going to be able to pull it out and do all sorts of wonderful things for our kids. And I'm saddened and disappointed with, the direction that things went in tonight. I'm looking through the schedule. I pulled out our schedule meetings. Our past practices have been that we have had 2 to 3 meetings in January, 2 to 3 meetings in February, and we vote on a bottom line. And I have the scheduled meetings right here with me tonight. I had to double check that because I just couldn't believe that we weren't putting the same amount of time in. And that's all I have. Just very, very frustrated. Very frustrated.
Mr. Roth.
Thank you. Couple things. When you put together a budget, and talking to close friends of mine who are budget professionals, the baseline question that you have to answer is, does your budget do what you want it to do? Can you look at it and say, yeah, I'm accomplishing everything that I think I need it to do to discharge what I think my role is here? I'm going to say it. You know what? I don't like what I see in this budget, and I think we can do better. And I would offer a number of areas where I think that we could actually reduce and consider some different measures to take instead of what I see on items 15 through 27. Just so everyone understands, the budget has been a standing item on the agenda, yes, for the last 9 meetings, and probably for the previous 100 before that. It is a standing budget item which anyone can talk to. What has not happened is there's not been a series of guided budget discussions that have driven us down to the detail, to the detailed level where I feel that I can make a reasonable and educated decision on the budget. Mr. August made some very good points. I mentioned this last night, that the TBDs on this list of proposed cuts in the event that we get zero funded needs to be detailed so that you can understand the value on that. But second, and I'd follow up to that, that these areas need to be challenged. They need to be challenged. And this is the first time that we've seen these. There's no way, I see Mr. Brunel smiling, that's great. There's no way that I'm going to support the removal of clubs and extracurricular activities when I know that we're spending, we're going to be getting a 17% increase in the Blue Cross health care plan that we're signed up for, Mr. Brunel. So when I understand that, and you have to look at the other models that are going to happen here, we have a decision to make. And what I've just heard the committee leadership say here is, it's tough, can't find it. That's not true. If everyone takes a 0% COLA, including all teachers, you're going to save $1 million. I would offer a motion at this point that everyone that we can would take a 0% COLA, including all contracted administrators who may be receiving an increase, and that they accept a 0 immediately moving forward. I'm going to trump Mrs. Held because I know she shot me a note, but that the administrators and the administration in Jamestown have already done that. So let's follow their lead. I'll offer a motion now, and I'll ask for the superintendent's support that they take zeros. Mr. Draper, you take a 0. Mr. Thornton, you take a 0. I'll offer that as a motion.
I do already, Mr. Roth.
What's that contract say about increase?
0.
We'll see. Want to take that?
It's a signed contract. You're lying.
It's not April. You understand all the provisions in that contract? 0 out the benefits.
Are you suggesting, Mr. Roth, that we take Dr. Thornton's contract and remove every benefit he was given and other provisions other than salary increase?
What I'm suggesting is, let's do it this way. What I'm suggesting is that we see every administrator and understand what programmed increase is going to be there. And let's see who's zeroed out and have everyone take a 0. Dr. Thornton's taking a 0 now. Great. I won't challenge that. My point is that there are other areas here to reduce other than affecting the children. We talked about reconfiguring a budget book as if it's a problem. I've asked on multiple occasions over the last month and a half that we reconfigure the grade school allocations that are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, not tens of thousands, not $5,000, but hundreds of thousands of dollars, and for some reason we can't get those reallocated in a budget document. We've spread 20% of the dollars associated with the closure of Davisville Elementary School over to 5 elementary schools, 3 of which aren't taking those kids. The reality is of those models is that you are probably saving money within the classroom sizes that we're not going to show you here tonight. So I'm going to go back, and I'm just going to make my final comment because I'm done with this. Dr. Halley is not walking through this door. It's been 3.5 years. I think it's time for the community and everyone, and especially the people on this board, to give up that ghost and take accountability for what you're producing here, holes, warts, and all. The previous school committee held over 20 budget subcommittee meetings. We held multiple budget hearings on top of the agenda items that always had budget associated with it. Working through your budget book and saying that you're plowing through the detail is not enough. I cannot simply support a budget on the same grounds that Mr. Tracy said he couldn't believe the 2007 budget. This budget is completely unbelievable. And given how this process is rolled out and the way this information has been passed forward, and given that all options have not been explored in how to save the money in this budget, I simply cannot support it. Again, I'm hoping that the urgency to blame a superintendent who last served 3.5 years ago ends. There is a long enough track record for all of us now to understand exactly who's accountable, and I am going to maintain that it is us. This budget, this contract, this process is your responsibility, school committee, and it is the responsibility of the leadership that has been in charge for 2.5 years. I will not support this budget tonight. We can go to zero. The fact of the matter is that the school system is shrinking, and that we are reducing our head count and our needs over time, and that we can sit here very easily, produce a zero budget, and not affect current services in the least. And that is the first budget in my 4 years that we can say that. I want to make something really clear here. The additions and the money that we are asking for is to pay for services we currently don't provide that we would like to add, and more than likely to pay for a much more expensive teacher's contract. The fact of the matter is you don't need that increase to provide the exact same services that we need to today. And with creative management, with diligence, and a little bit of hustle, we can add the reading teachers, you can add the services that we need to make these kids even more successful than they are. It's that simple. I'm done talking about it, but I really do hope that we just stop with the theatrics and the blame game from 3.5 years ago and deal with the facts that are before us and make this thing go.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. Anything else?
No, I'm done at this point.
Thank you. A couple of questions. Could you restate your motion, please?
There's a motion on the floor to ensure that all personnel, non-union and bargaining unit personnel have a 0% increase COLA in current compensation period.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second to that motion? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no
Question.
second. That just exactly tells you exactly where our priorities are.
Thank you, Mr. Roth.
You're welcome.
Mr. Draper, a couple of questions for you for clarification purposes. I'm not going to go far down the road of discussing the upcoming teacher contract negotiations. I believe it's not advantageous to the committee, and I don't think it's advantageous to the community as much as people want to claim it is. As far as this budget that we have in front of us to adopt tonight, are there any pay raises figured into this budget for the teachers during this budget year?
No, because we're figuring savings from our negotiations.
Are there any COLAs in this budget for the teachers during the budget year?
Not with the savings we have projected.
So the savings that we're projecting in the budget, which is roughly $500,000, that basically zeroes out the contract as far as COLAs and pay increases.
What?
Is that correct? Is that accurate? Okay.
Larry, can you confirm to me a $500,000 savings on what number?
Ned, can you basically...
Are you claiming that our contractual costs in the new contract are going to be $500,000 less moving forward than they are now? Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what the $500,000 cut means? Because you start getting into this whole notion again about increasing the decrease and decreasing the increase. So I want to make sure, Larry, can you answer this question for me? Is the $500,000 contractual projected savings telling the taxpayers tonight that our contract is going to have a net decrease in total of $500,000 in contract years 11, 12, and 13, or 10, 11, and 12?
I can speak for the current budget that's in front of us.
No, so you're saying that we're going to gain a contract that's going to save us $500,000 in the 10 budget over the current contract? The current contract. You're going to reduce the cost of the current contract.
Can I speak? Thank you. In the superintendent's original proposal, again, there was a $2 million requested increase, 4.5% towards the tax rate. of the $1.2 million that we've reduced from that requested increase of $2 million, as you see with the information you have in front of you, of the $1.2 million, $500,000 of it comes from assumed contract savings. So obviously, the superintendent's original budget proposal had something built in there for teacher contract negotiations. We've removed that element from the budget.
Is it a savings? Are you projecting? Maybe the superintendent can answer. I'm asking a question. I want you to understand the word savings and cut. Are we claiming that this budget that we're about to pass tonight, that you keep assuming your votes on, is going to cost less in teacher compensation than the fiscal 10 budget?
We're not increasing the contract, the cost of the contract. What we'll be proposing is a cost-neutral contract.
Across all 3 years of the contract?
Really? I mean, really?
That's if there's a 3-year contract. We're getting into negotiation area here.
You need to understand, when you talk about this budget, and you've made certain assumptions in it, and I beg your indulgence, I appreciate it, but you're making an assumption, and you're telling the public tonight that you got a 0 in 10, and you're going to pay for it in 11 and 12. And that is the documentation.
You're telling the public that, Mr. Roth. I'm not telling the public that.
I am telling that, but the information that we've been given on a spotty basis shows an out-year projection relative to this budget you're about to pass that shows that we intend to have COLA increases and locked health care provisions moving forward.
How does that show that in next year's budget, what we're going to do in the following year?
Because when you've shown that in the out years, and our past practice has been that you've shown it in your budget that you're going to pass it, you still have not. You know what? We allowed it to continue. Linda, please allow me to continue my comments.
Your monologue.
Like we didn't hear monologues tonight?
I haven't said
we
2
didn't
words
hear monologues tonight.
I haven't said 2 words.
No one
Can
has
you wrap up?
No one has answered the question about whether these are new revenues in these budgets. It is simply unbelievable, and if you don't think that the teacher's contract negotiation is a part of the discussion of this budget and the following budgets and where you're going to be, you are completely mistaken. And it's incumbent upon us to continue to drill down to provide for a negotiation that probably could very well not get those dollars. Unless, of course, you're telling us that we have an agreement in place already that garners that money.
Yep, secret handshake.
Well, it could very well be. So that's why, just on its face, a budget in a negotiation year is a tricky thing. There is no question.
Not our first. This is not our first.
It is not our first, but it's not our first. In the one in 2007,
and when you were chair and Dr. Halley did the budget, and I was just looking at it right now, you would not allow these discussions to happen.
That's just a bold-faced lie, Mr.
Mr. Roth, please finish your comments. Mr. Roth has the floor.
The 2007 budget was also a negotiation year. That budget had an assumption in it that we all communicated to and talked through, which reflected an anticipated savings from a negotiation that did not occur. That's why you're saying it's unbelievable. You're saying that's why it was problematic. It was problematic. That budget was a problem, and that the impact of negotiations that year was a problem on the budget that we've suffered through for 3 years. We're repeating the process tonight. And we can see, and it's deja vu all over again, and that's why I'm saying it's time to stop blaming the past and start taking accountability for our actions tonight.
Anyone else going to get a chance to talk tonight? I mean,
you're going to interrupt me. I'm sorry. I've sat silently to Mr. Welch. If you really want to interrupt me, that's fine.
Mr. Welch, Mr. Roth, please finish your comments.
Happily. Quit worrying about what I say and start worrying about what you do. The factual basis of this document is ridiculous. It's patently.
It's fine. That's your opinion.
It's comical. It's factual. TBDs on the cuts to children's programs, athletics, strings, teachers. To be determined. It is the height of hypocrisy to sit here and say that this is somehow transparent and honest. I'm voting no. I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Cerise.
Question that was asked, I will answer it for the 5th time.
No, you're going to answer it the same way. You have not answered the
I'm
question.
going to answer the question again. I think,
There are new revenues there.
Dr. Thornton answered the question. I think Mr. Draper answered the question. I will answer the question again. Looking at the budget, there are no increases in this budget for teacher salaries or COLAs for the budget that we have in front of us. There's nothing there, okay, folks? There's nothing there. Do you want me to basically roll out anything? Anything else? Any other questions? There's no COLAs. There's an increase in healthcare costs.
Step
There's no pay raises. There's no step increases. Zero.
Step
The
increases.
number is zero.
That's incorrect.
Anything else? Any other questions from committee members? Mrs. Avizano.
I have some comments to make. Of course I do. I find many of the things that were just said amazing, and I would ask everybody in this audience and people that are listening to look at votes and actions and not words that are said at this table. When we, earlier this year, looked at our employees, and we started with the administrators' contracts that were available to us to move on, we put those employees at 0. We put those employees at 20%. I don't remember, but I believe Mr. Roth and Ms. Page both voted no. I could be wrong on that.
You are wrong.
Well, you argued against it
No,
the
I
whole
did
way
not.
through.
Mr. Roth,
That's my turn.
Mr. Roth, Mrs. Avizano has the floor, please.
No, I know she's got the floor.
Thank,
You have it all night
thank
long.
you,
This
Mr. Roth.
circus
Thank
is
you,
over
Ms.
for me
Thank you,
tonight.
Mr. Roth. Yes, I
And we
know.
made the point at that time that we were starting from the top down because we were in a fiscal crisis and that we would be looking at other employees as they came in front of us and doing the same. And that's what we're doing. So I would ask people to look at how we voted. In terms of our budget process, secrecy, and whether it's been clean and organized, again, I find some of those comments laughable looking back in the past. And the reason why we look back in the past is because, again, please look at where people vote, not what they say. Before I was on this committee, I heard a lot of complaints about the school department's budget. I even voiced a lot of those complaints. And they were very valid complaints. They were not insignificant problems. We had a poor budget format, the way the information was presented. We had no uniformity with other districts and in line items. We had no specificity in our line items. They were just totally nebulous, large categories like maintenance with no breakdown of what the costs were in those categories. Medicaid revenues were not in the budget. The way we did our grants was completely misleading and disingenuous, and I don't think the public was even aware of it until actually Mr. Mudge, many of these items that I just went through, Mr. Mudge and other citizens brought to light those items. Grants, we were funding programs with grants where we thought that everything was paid for by the grant, but no, we were paying out of our, and that's what Dr. Thornton was speaking about earlier, we were paying the benefits out of our own general fund. And just in general, the trustworthiness level and the transparency, this is nothing. We're not even in the ballpark. We have total transparency compared to what we had previously. We had a $700,000 maintenance budget that we found out later had a bunch of teachers buried in the middle of it that nobody knew. We had double-digit pay raises given to the principals in the budget without the public or anyone even knowing, not even sure the employees fully knew. Just totally not disclosed. In addition to all of those things, we also had 5% increases annually every year, pretty much, during the times that Mr. Roth was chair and that Ms. Page voted for these budgets as well without any problems whatsoever. Please, no. And in any case, as I said, largely due to, these things were brought to light mostly by citizens, and Mr. Mudge was a big part of that. But they were corrected due to this committee voting them to be corrected. And they have been corrected, and they're not insignificant in our budget process. The revenues now, Medicaid revenues are accounted for. We use the chart of accounts now. We have much more detail in our line items. We've changed the budget format, which we discussed and had open meetings, and people came and gave us input, including Mr. Mudge, and suggested we use the Providence format or something more like that, and we're doing that now. Use of grant monies, we're working on that. Everyone knows last year, it was a difficult year. We came in at like a 0.6, and we got cut to about 0 by the town council. And that was without concessions from teachers. So, and we've cut 50 positions and $5 million in the last 3 years. So in short, this budget is nothing like what we've seen in the past. And I think we all would like to get to 0. And I think there are things that we probably can look at, and we can make smaller cuts. I don't see $800,000 worth of cuts in this budget that we can do without getting into cutting programs. That may come, but I would also ask that people that criticize this budget make actual motions that are believable and not fiction that can be voted on, where you can cut a dollar amount, not just a hypothetical down the road. And I hope we'll get an apology when the negotiations are finished and we're true to our word, which we always are, this group, by the way. But I doubt we'll get that apology. Anyway, in terms of what we can cut this year, I don't see the same kind of opportunities as Ms. Brunel said. I don't think we're finished. We can look. Maybe there's some small areas that we can look at. But I think that due to Dr. Thorne's transparency in his budget, we don't have the opportunities that we did. Thank you.
Are you going down the line, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Swenson.
Okay. It seems that we've had I don't see a priest in the audience, but look like we've had a lot of confessions here tonight. I'm a Protestant, and we confess to one, and that's the one above. But I would like to say this. I think I'm the oldest by age and the oldest person that is elected to this school committee sitting here. I, by far, wouldn't go back over the years and try to make a speech on what this one did and what that one did and what that one voted, because each one of us, I would hope, vote our convictions and use our best intellect to determine what is being done. I've used that theory for you all for 18 years, and it has never failed. Now, I see the budget in a different level. Maybe it's the age difference and the reading difference and many other things. But I see critical times. I was just in a meeting this afternoon, and you cannot believe what they say upstate about money. You can't believe what come out of Washington about money. You can't believe what we are hearing here about money. Nowhere can you believe it. Everybody's got a different story. Everybody's got a different story. And the only thing that we can go on, that I can go on, concerning this budget is what affects the citizens of this town. I'm no missionary, but I'm going to throw this out to you. We have over 115 more parents getting baskets from the food pantry, and years ago we would always refer to them as those welfare people. They are upright citizens, people who own homes, trying to meet their house note, keep a roof over their children's head, and have run up against hard times. This is not the only town that's having it. We spoke about Blue Cross. They're wanting to go up 17%. Read about a lady in California just this morning before I left in the New York Times says we'll go up to 30% if we want to. I don't know how the contract is done out there, but they are raising sand. Now, the thing that disturbs me about this budget, and I believe faithfully in help me to change the things that I can and the wisdom to know when I can't. And I got pretty good wisdom tonight. But the things that bother me is the things that to be determined. Removal of a social worker. That's very important to me. Very, very important. We have children coming to school that they've been in homes with fighting all night. All of us sitting here are very privileged. We have a lot of professional women with professional men for husbands and people who make good salaries. But we got children in our schools that are hurting. And to remove a social worker, that's a big one for me. It is. It's a big one for me. Because these parents need help. I used to say when I was teaching and tell Mr. Mumford when he'd come up with the bus, a child can't raise a child. You got parents out here raising children that wasn't raised themselves. So what do you expect them to give little Johnny when he comes to school? They can't give him nothing because they don't know how to give it to him. And another thing that disturbs me is music. Removal of strings. Kids express themselves in a different way. Everybody can't be on college level courses. All kids can't be that. And colleges wasn't designed for everybody to go to anyway. And I'm mixed in between about this budget. And as one member said, if we had any ideas, bring them. You bring how you are accepted when you give. Yes, I had ideas, but you bring them how you accept it when you give them. There can be cuts in this budget. Things can be cut down. We, Mr. Cerise and I remember when he came on the meeting, we wanted a sheet of all the salaries of people that work in the main office. We had high-paid people sitting there, and we wanted to see resumes of people working in the main office. It's a lot of things that we could have done. And I'm here now that we're going to get a consultant. I guess I'll have to ask you, Mr. Cerisi, because it was said that you wanted to get a consultant to map out make the bus routes. Is that true?
It was on last night's agenda, Mrs. Benson. It's on tonight's agenda as well. I'll be happy to discuss that when we get to that agenda item.
Well, I hope we don't dismiss before we get to that agenda.
I will stay here all night if that's what it takes. I packed a lunch.
Well, I didn't pack a lunch, but I certainly want to weigh in on getting a consultant to do the buses when we got a gentleman sitting there making $74,000 or $75,000. I'll be through in a minute, Doctor. I'll be through in a minute, then you can
go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to that and let you know that you cut the supervisors last year. All of them were cut last year and given a 20% copay. That was done already last year.
Why didn't you mention this in your budget when you were showing it?
You did that last year.
Go ahead, Mr.
Well, sometimes not to know what happened in the past, you can't deal with the future. That's good to know, that they all were cut 20%. That fills another gap. So let's think about the people who are going to be paying, because absolutely there's no money nationally, there's no money in the state, and there's certainly not an excess amount of money in town unless something happened. So I've said all I've got to say.
Thank you, Mrs. Benson. Mr.
You're welcome, Mr. Cerisi.
Ms. Held, do you have any comments that you questions?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Mr. Welch?
I don't have any problems with the budget process, and quite frankly, I'm not going to campaign here tonight to try and please people who are sitting in the audience or are going to watch this. I do have some issues with the budget as far as the bottom line. I truly feel that the town, the taxpayers, need to see and have a zero budget. I can only say that if this budget passes tonight the way it's being proposed, I would expect that we would continue to find ways of reducing our dollar amount regardless of what the town council gives us as a bottom line. I feel as though there are some things that we could do more efficiently. And I have ideas on those. It's not just a thought, it's specific items. I'd like to know what the discussion was today regarding the two items that I mentioned last night that the town has shorted us in this year's budget, the maintenance of effort dollars and the deficiency in the state aid, which amounts to about $350,000. Was that discussed?
Sure. Yes, it was.
And what was the response?
And the short answer is Ms. Carroll will work with the town solicitor and the Department of Ed to get the interpretation on that matter.
As I mentioned last night, just the fact that we have a 17% increase in our health insurance, which is going to add $400,000 to our outlay, and then you look at what we found out tonight, or at least I found out tonight, what I would consider the unmitigated gall of the state to force us to pay $577,440 to charter schools out of our budget when they cut our budget 6%. I feel as though this district should be sending a bill back to the governor looking for $577,440. This is a performing district, and charter schools were supposed to be meant for non-performing problems. That's not our problem, but we're paying for it anyway. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I suggested last night, and I'm going to suggest again, that we talk about getting relief on unfunded mandates and applying for them. There are several large items, bus monitors, $200,000, certified nurse teachers, $20,000 per position. These numbers add up and are a cause for our budget, if you will, to struggle to get to zero. We need to seek that relief, and whether we get it or not isn't the issue. We need to go after it, and this committee needs to tell the administration that that's what they want. We need to present these issues to our legislative representatives in both the House and the Senate and say, we can't live with these problems. You made the problems, make them go away. The governor last year...
Dick, do you want to make that in a form of a
You want to make a motion on that?
Yeah, let me
Send a
just
letter?
get to... The governor last year, he asked for the legislature to make corresponding changes in the mandates in order to, in effect, make the changes in aid neutral. The legislature did half, and we got the shaft. You know, I said earlier, the charter schools only are responsible for 70 of the 630 state education mandates. That's an unlevel playing field. So it's not a perfect world, and if you think about the things that I just said and the numbers I said, we are really under a zero, but the state has done it to us. And I think Mayor Scott Avedijan said it very well last year. For the sake of one budget, the governor ruined 39. But I will make a motion that we do two things. One motion will be to send a letter to the governor looking for $577,440 in reimbursement for North Kingstown for charter school education in a performing school district.
I'll second that.
Motion's been made and seconded. Ms. Carroll, I support the motion. As far as the OMA, is that something we can do under the budget? It's okay for us to do that, I assume, under the budget headline, if we're associating this with the budget. Thank you. Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion?
Is it too late to add an amendment to his motion?
Can we just vote on this motion, and if you want
Can
to
add
make a
the
new...
amendment after?
I really don't have any objection to her motion. She already said it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mrs. Benson, would you like to add an amended motion?
The amendment to the motion is that we send the same letter to Secretary Duncan and the President, because that's where the rules are being set concerning charter schools. That's what you call swimming against the tide if you don't send it to where it should be.
I'll second that.
Motion's been made.
Senator
Mrs. Benson, could I just make a suggestion that you also add to your amendment the Rhode Island Commissioner of Education as well?
The laws were made in Washington.
I'll add that to my motion.
That could be on the first motion.
So, Mr. Welch, can you restate your main motion?
Oh, sure. That we send a bill to the governor of the state of Rhode Island and copy the Commissioner of Education of the state of Rhode Island, the Secretary of Education, Mr. Arne Duncan, the President of the United States, Mr. Barack Obama, that we would like to be, like our budget to be reimbursed for the $577,440 in payment and reimbursement for the tuition being charged to our budget for charter schools when we are a performing district. How's that?
Thank you, Mr. Welch, and I believe that includes the amendment that Mrs. Benson had mentioned. So we have it all in the main motion. Main motion's been made by Mr. Welch. I think it was seconded by Mrs. Advisano. If there's no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-0. I can't even count how many people are at the table anymore.
The second motion, Mr. Chairman, is that this committee direct the administration to seek relief on certain unfunded mandates by virtue of going to the Department of Education.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion, I think Dr. Thornton had a comment.
To clarify, last evening I had mentioned the Superintendent's Association has already undertaken this. They have a legislative subcommittee. They have put forward, I believe, 6 mandates and sent to Representative Lenahan. That has been done as almost like a class action.
Mr. Welch, with that information, you could withdraw your motion, or you could certainly, your motion could stand, and we could support the superintendents and send the letter.
My feeling is we should go forward regardless of that, because that's not chiseled in granite that that will happen. And nonetheless, I think we need to go on record for the sake of our taxpayers and, you know, make notice to the public that we're looking for dollars everywhere we think we can get them.
Absolutely. Motion's been made and seconded.
Are there specific?
Yeah, there are many mandates. I'm not sure what I'm doing here. There are many, many mandates to talk about.
Well, the 6 that you mentioned, Dr. Thornton, do they equate to dollars saved in the budget?
Well, they do.
Well, that would be a good place to start.
The big focus are the charter school pieces, the private school busing, private school books, et cetera. They do.
Fine. That's a place to start. Thank you.
Those are 2 of the 6 that the superintendents are.
So I guess you're asking me to take the existing 6 and recycle the letter, and I sign it.
Right.
Hey, the North Kingstown School
Okay.
Committee
On
wants
behalf of the North Kingstown School Committee, or I could sign it on behalf of the school committee.
All school committee.
Mr.
So we have,
Cerisi.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Benson, I just want to keep up with the process here. We had a motion that was made, was it seconded? I believe it was seconded. Discussion, Mrs. Benson.
On the discussion, Mr. Welch, you're completely right, because on 5 occasions, the chairman of the Finance Committee, Mr. Constantino, has asked for a list of mandates that would be given that the schools would think when they were having the hearing on school funding, at least 5 times. I don't know if he got any, but I know when the superintendents were up there, several of them mentioned the ones that Dr. Thornton is talking about. And it's some things it's nice to write a letter about, and it's nice to send a letter to the Commissioner of Education. But some things are out of her control. Just like some things are out of our control with the mandates. But that is being discussed. That is being discussed, and I go right along with you, so the more information they get, and the more letters they get from people stating about these mandates, then maybe somewhere down the line we'll get a listen to it, because they're going to have to listen to them, because there's no money nowhere, and everything's going up.
Thank you, Mrs. Benson. So this motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do we have a,
Mr. Chair, I never did get an answer on the questions I asked about the budget with the to be determined, number 15.
What's the question?
Those all add up to the 800,000.
Concerning social workers, said it to be determined.
What's the question?
what was the question, Mrs. Benson? Could you restate your question, please?
That we were talking about the budget and whether and I mentioned an area that I felt that need critical attention.
Well, I would say,
Said that it to be determined.
no, all the areas down below, I believe, are critically important to the culture or well-being of a school district. My
That I
point
know,
is-
but I knew we wouldn't be able to do all of them, Dr. Thon.
My point is, they're on there to illustrate to you, in my opinion, we're there. If you want to go to zero, I met with my central office team a while back, and we went through it and said, what's left? This is it. As you know, in today's paper, Cranston, where I live, cut strings today. They cut freshman sports. Today's paper is loaded with educational pieces.
It
But
was,
it's
probably
happening.
journalism more.
What I'm saying is, this is my opinion of where I'd go to zero. As unpalatable as it is, if we go to zero, this is what I'm cutting. I'm not making it up. That's where I'm going.
Wait just a minute, repeat your last statement.
If we are
cut it
reduced to zero, I will operationalize these cuts. This will happen.
Thank you.
In what area will you operate?
Numbers 15 through 27 to get to zero. Sorry, I can't see my glasses at this point. 14 through 27.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Benson. Any other questions or comments at this time? Is it, well,
I hate to do this at the last moment, but Ned, could you, this is one question I didn't get a chance to ask. Page 34 of the budget, under building upkeep.
Yep.
Can I just have some clarity on where we're going with that number and that amount? And it's a big chunk. I know we haven't gotten to the discussion of what to do with DE yet or anything like that.
Based on the savings we've discussed this evening, there would be some savings there. We came up with a number of 85,000, some of which is in building upkeep. But we're still going to be keeping the heat on. We're still going to be,
Okay.
doing some of those things. We would cut a custodial position.
Just a clarification on that, when you say there would be an $85,000 savings, is that already included in what we've got, the budget, bottom line budget number?
In the bottom line budget number, yes.
That he's recommending?
It would not be on page 34, though, because we haven't made cuts to
I
this
understand, but
budget.
it's not,
Last night's
we
meeting-
can't add to what we've got cut now.
Last night's meeting,
I
I think
really
we
wanted to do
referenced
that.
that. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that number 3?
Yes.
Number 3, it represents the DE closure. If you shutter it, that's the number.
Okay, so, I'm tired, I'm sorry, but the 5460 number? Why am I tired?
Yes,
That's a district-wide number, right?
correct.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what the exact figure will be on this until the details are plugged in, but assume it'll be somewhere around the 5.4 million.
Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Brunel. Okay, we can certainly have more discussion, but at this time, I would ask if there's a motion to approve the superintendent's recommended budget of $56,257,234, which represents, again, the 1.7% increase and an additional approximation of $800. $800, that would be nice, $800,000.
Repeat that again. I'm sorry. That has to be third.
Yep, Mrs. Brunel?
Okay. In the handout that was given
I
to
have
us,
the handout. I
I
asked
will
him if he would
read,
repeat it.
I'd like to make a motion to support the superintendent's recommendation and send to the town council a bottom line budget number of 56,257,234.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion on the motion on the table. I don't know how much more we would have, but Mrs. Advisano?
I just want to speak to a couple of the comments made about the to-be-determined list. That's the list that the superintendent has put forward as suggestions, were we to go to zero or be cut to zero. And there's a couple of things about that, just briefly. That would be something, first of all, that the school committee would be obligated to look at and vote on, and we would have some say there, and I guess priorities, we would be talking about that. And I don't think that these items are being proposed to cause a stir. I think we're at the point where, when we have the huge sports program that we do have and a lot of activities that we do have, those types of things are going to be looked at as we, unfortunately, nobody wants to do it, as you see other communities doing it already. We are probably going to get to that point where we are going to be looking at cutting some of those types of things. It's a sad reality. It is not a method to get people upset. It's just where we're at in terms of education first. So just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Mrs. Advisano. Anyone else before we call a question? Mrs. Brunel?
I see this as we have done it in past years, work in progress, and if we have other areas that we would like to cut, we still can come forward, and the superintendent has brought forward his recommendations as where he thinks he can cut in the district. But certainly at any point, any one person at this table can come forward with other areas to cut, and we can make motions and move forward on that.
Thank you, Mrs. Brunel. Anyone else?
I would just like to add that you can expect that I will be doing that.
And I
I'm
will.
counting on it.
And I will.
Good.
Thank you, Mrs. Benson and Mr. Welch. Before we call a question, a couple of quick wrap-up comments. The personal attacks and personal insults as we move through these difficult and challenging agenda items. Not called for, but it's all well and good. I choose to look at the facts and look at the numbers. And, I like the saying, if people lie and numbers don't, so I like to focus on the numbers rather than the statements that I'm hearing. And what I look at is last year's budget with no increases, increased health care for the expired administrators' contracts that we could touch this year. Again, I'm assuming, based on the committee's past actions, on the administrative contracts that expire this year, there'll be no increases as well. As I stated earlier, and as Mr. Draper stated, and as Dr. Thornton stated, there are no increases in this budget for the teacher's contract. There's no pay increases, there's no step increases, and there's an assumption of an increased health insurance copay. Not an option. It's not budgeted for. If for some unforeseen reason the committee decides they're going to go soft, which I don't see that happening, they're going to have to find the money from elsewhere because it's not in the budget. So rather than hear the fictitious statements or fictitious motions that have no dollars associated with, that have already, actions that have already been implemented into the budget, again, I'm sorry, I'm just relying on the facts that are in front of me. Historically, the 07 budget, local tax dollars, the 07 budget, local tax dollars only, $1.9 million increase from the previous year in spending. The 08 budget, local tax dollar increase from the previous year, $1.9 million. The 09 budget, local tax dollar increase from the previous year, $2 million. Not campaigning because I'm not a candidate, but I voted no on all those budgets. Last year's budget, we proposed a $340,000 increase. That's in comparison to $2 million increases we've seen in the 3 previous years. That was our budget adopted. That was our proposal. The adopted budget from the allocation from the town council was a negative $140,000. That's the budget we're currently operating under now. The proposed motion that we have in front of us tonight, is a proposed $800,000 increase in local tax dollars from the current year. Again, we've zeroed out pay increases on the admin side. We've budgeted for zeros on the negotiation side. We've increased the health care cost. The only items remaining, quite frankly, to cut, I don't support. In all honesty, I don't support making those cuts because I feel those cuts are detrimental to the services that we offer to students of this community. And I think that the students and the parents and the community have come to expect those level of services. If the community or the council says, cut it, zero, you no longer can offer those services, so be it. That'll be the vote that we'll take. We'll have no choice. My vote will reflect what I think the community expects or would accept. And I don't think the community would accept or expect those programs to be cut. As Mr. Welch said, Mrs. Benson said, after we vote on this budget tonight, to me it's not a done process. Every agenda we look, on every purchase, every expenditure, we look to be conservative and continue to garner savings. That's how we realized a portion of the $1.1 million budget surplus from the previous year. We adopted a budget, and we continued through that whole budget cycle to operate fiscally efficient and conservatively. That's how we realized the surplus. Granted, a large portion of that surplus was obviously stimulus money, but another portion of it was also our operational funds. So I think, again, looking at the historical numbers, looking at the practices of expenditures of this committee, the numbers don't lie. People do, the numbers don't. That's what I'm basing my vote on. So we had a motion made, it's been seconded, we've had discussion. If there's no further comments, I will ask Mrs. Jarrow for a roll call vote. Mrs. Jarrow?
Linda Avanzado?
Yes.
Mel Boyd Benson?
No.
April Brunel?
Yes.
Larry Cerisi?
Yes.
Richard Welch?
Maybe. Yes.
And I'm not running for office.
Motion passes 4-1. Moving on.
Motion passed. It's only one, it passed 3.
Next agenda item is appointments to the negotiation subcommittee. As you know, we have teacher contract set to expire August 31st. The committee will appoint a negotiation subcommittee. I anticipate that negotiations will begin sometime in March. The committee has an obligation to pick those fortunate souls to be part of the negotiation subcommittee. I've said and I'll say again tonight, I think obviously every contract negotiation is challenging. This will probably be the most challenging that we've seen in recent memory. Personally, I think the committee and the elected officials should step back from the process and allow the professional administrators to conduct the contract negotiations. Ultimately, it'll be the role of the committee to vote yes or no on the proposal. But for negotiation purposes, I would defer to the paid professionals and hopefully remove any personalities or politics from the room and hopefully get through the process. Mrs. Brunel?
Yeah, I would support that idea, especially in the environment that we witnessed this evening, that it's really important that we do keep politics out of this go-around. We really need to do the absolute best for this budget and go forward, and it's going to be a tough battle. So I definitely see that's a good way to go, Larry. I would support something like that.
Mrs. Avanzado?
I totally agree with those comments, and I think that regardless of who you put on that subcommittee, and I think everyone on this committee would do a good job, I think that there will be attacks, unfortunately, and that's what we've seen repeatedly. And while I think that committee members would do a good job, I think that committee members will be the ones making the decision, because we will be the ones driving it and making the ultimate decision. Would this be an appropriate point to offer a motion?
Sure.
I would offer a motion then. There'll be discussion, but I would offer a motion
Thank you.
that.
So kind of.
No, please be polite. I'm polite to you.
I'm polite.
That wasn't polite. I would move that we place Dr. Auger, Dr. Thornton, Mary Ann Carroll, Debbie Gardner, and Mr. Draper to the negotiation subcommittee.
Been a motion that's been made. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Second made. Discussion. Is there, somebody has a comment? Dr. Thornton?
Just for the record, the individuals just mentioned have no tie in terms of financial gain, in terms of what is currently negotiated with teachers. Just to let you know, if the teachers did get some kind of raise or benefit, it would not be related to what we would get. In some districts, contracts are associated on an index, a formula, so if teacher raise equals administrator raise. That's not the case with us, so there's no conflict of interest as far as that group sitting in that process.
Yeah, previously there was, and I think that the action that this committee took last year when they adopted I believe there was, but the action this committee took last year, after 6 months of discussion on the GCB policy, I think that basically removed the language which linked the two together. So I feel comfortable that that conflict that once exists no longer exists. Mrs. Benson.
I have nothing. And I do have something to complain of the makeup of the negotiation committee. Do you realize we have all administrators and not a single person?
Yep.
And not a single person on the school committee whose direct job is put here by the citizens. All of these people were hired by the school committee. They are our employees. And we don't have a single person on the negotiation committee. I'm 100% for a professional negotiator. I think that's what we need. But to have everyone from the administration, let's broaden it a little bit and put a citizen or two on that. You have nothing that represents the public.
Before we move on, Dr. Thornton just brought something to my attention, a correction that he needs to make.
Just a correction to clarify, as I told you before, admin contracts go back 3 years now, 3, 2, and 1. And Ned did correct me. He was one of the older contracts. The third year of his document does still tie, probably the last one, ties him to the index. So technically speaking, he's the last of the Mohicans, I believe, and he is tied in the third year.
Thank you for stepping forward and bringing that to the committee's attention. Mr. Draper and Dr. Thornton, Mrs. Advisano, I don't know if you want to, with that new information, do you want to withdraw your motion and make a new motion?
I will do that just for the sake of, to be totally clear about it, but I'm sure Mr. Draper can provide numbers and information to Dr. Thornton. So I would withdraw my motion, and I will restate the motion to place on the negotiation subcommittee Dr. Auger, Dr. Thornton, Mary Ann Carroll, and Deb Gardner.
Ned, you're lucky you got
Just so you know, he'll still be working quite hard. I think I'll have to stay after another room.
You're right. All your salaries are indexed now?
Mr. Draper is going to have to be available during negotiations to give us the
I
numbers
know,
that we need.
obviously, the superintendent will actually need numbers from him, that's understandable. There's a motion been made by Mrs. Advisano. Is there a second to her motion?
I already did.
It's been seconded. I'm sorry. Discussion on the motion, Mr. Welch?
One of the things that I think ought to be clear to the public is that this committee will ultimately approve any contract. The marching orders will come from this committee as to what the negotiating committee can commit to or not commit to. So what we are doing is we are relieving ourselves, if you will, of all of the discussion and just saying, this is the menu, and don't consider that you can go any further than this because it isn't there. The support won't be there. And, is that really any different than us sitting there hours and hours to negotiate this? It ultimately has to pass by this committee for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. I'm going to work my way back down the table. Mrs. Benson?
Mr. Welch is exactly right. And I'm just not satisfied with giving our responsibility to someone else, but I would like to make a motion that that motion has passed, and I would like to make a motion that we put, I mentioned before about a citizen, so if we're going to give our authority up, I motion that we put Mr. Dick August on the negotiating committee.
I think he just got up and ran out the door. There's a main motion on the table. Certainly, Mrs. Benson, you can offer an amended motion if you wish to.
Well, I'd like to make an amendment that Mr. August be on the...
And an amended motion that's been made, is there a second to the amended motion?
Let's hear what.
Right, well, thank you. There's been, Mrs. Benson, with that comment from Mr. August, would you like to withdraw your amendment motion?
She's not.
No, I would like for it to be, I'll withdraw it with the permission that,
can I-
by the next school committee meeting.
Mr. August, your wife is not a teacher. That's a different bargaining unit.
I'm just going to make a comment, and we can certainly continue this discussion. I'm not going to support that, and there's a reason why I don't
I didn't
support it.
expect you to.
There's a reason why I don't support it, because we can't, obviously, there has to be some level of confidentiality in the negotiation process. We can hold our employees to that level of to confidentiality, but we have no authority to hold a private citizen to that level of confidentiality. If that citizen walks out of the room and wants to write a letter in the newspaper or on a website, we have no authority to say yes or no. So, and again, I'm not questioning anyone's ethics or morals. I'm just saying the committee has no authority over that individual. We do have authority over our employees. So, again, I can't support it, so I'm sorry.
Mr. Cerisi, when you make a statement like that, it's almost as, instead of the committee doing the negotiation, we're using our employees and we're telling them what to do. It didn't come out right.
Main motion on the floor has been made by Mrs. Advisano and seconded. Any further discussion on the main motion? Mrs. Brunel?
Yeah, just a quick comment, and looking at, basically, when Mr. Welch and Kim Page was on the last negotiation, I mean, they did a fantastic job. They worked hard on it, but there was a lot of political snags along the way that delayed the process, and I'm very concerned about the political process following through on this, and this is too important of a time to have that get in the mix. Basically, what they did was come back to the table every step of the way, every executive meeting, and give us an update. And they said, this is where we are, this is what we're going. Are you comfortable with this? What do you want us to do next? And then we would discuss it and you vote on it, and gives them, they would go forward and do their job. And we could use the same process and just basically, giving guidance, direction, support like we always do.
Mrs. Brunel.
Mrs. Benson,
I bring it to your attention, I was on the negotiation committee, that's all.
Thank you.
I just wanted to bring it to her attention.
Been a motion that's been made and seconded. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor, which was to name Dr. Thorpe and Dr. Roger, Miss Debbie Gardner, and Miss Marion Carroll to the negotiation subcommittee. Motion's been made. It's been seconded. If there's no further discussion, I'll ask the call to vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
I oppose. I'm going to stand up for what I believe.
Thank you, Mrs. Benson. Correct the record, please. Motion passes 4-1. Mrs. Benson opposes. Thank you. Contracting with the bus transportation contracting with a bus transportation consultant is the next agenda item. We had a discussion on this. Next agenda item is contracting with a bus transportation consultant. This was on our agenda last night on the new business for discussion only. We held a discussion on it. Tonight it's on our agenda on the unfinished business. In our discussions last night with Dr. Thornton and the transportation director who gave his presentation last night, there's a consensus that now that the committee has voted on a K-5 model, in all fairness to the transportation supervisor, he was requesting approximately 3 additional weeks to fine-tune his transportation model. At that point, he'll present it to the committee. If at that time the committee is still not, excuse me, I apologize. If at that time the committee is not comfortable or satisfied with the model, we would revisit put the agenda item of contracting with a transportation consultant back on the agenda and revisit that idea. Excuse me. So I had originally placed this on the agenda, and I put forward this suggestion. And in all fairness, I think now that we've finally voted on a model and given Mr. Horan an opportunity to fine-tune the model before we move to the consultant option, I don't have a problem tabling this and revisiting it in 3 weeks after he gives his updated presentation. So I'll ask, is there a motion at this time to table this agenda item?
So move. I think that's a very good attitude.
Motion's been made and seconded. If there's no discussion, I will call a question. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next agenda item, leave of absence request for the 2010-2011 school year by Naomi Schick. She appeared before the committee last night on the new business for discussion only. It's on our agenda tonight on the unfinished business for a vote. The superintendent recommendation as of last night was to deny the request. Mrs. Brunel.
I found this a tough one. Have a lot of respect for Mrs. Schick. I know she served our community very, very well. And at the same time, I found myself struggling with the idea of other teachers that have come before us since I've been on the committee, and I have denied giving them a leave of absence. And so what I'd like to do is make a motion and support the superintendent's recommendation and deny the leave of absence.
Motion's been made by Mrs. Brunel to support the superintendent's recommendation. And
second.
Seconded by Mr. Welch. Any discussion? Mrs. Appizzano?
I just want to briefly concur with those comments exactly. But I know Ms. Schick has been a wonderful employee and has done a great job in the district, but that we have done that. We have denied many other such requests, and just in fairness, I also think we need to support the superintendent's recommendation.
Mr. Chair.
Mrs. Benson?
I don't think it was but one time that we denied a person a leave of absence, and that was when he came for the leave of absence 2 times. And the question I would like to ask the superintendent, if we do not give her this leave of absence, will she have to come back and reapply as a new teacher?
Dr. Thornton, Mrs. Benson asked the question if the leave of absence, Mrs. Benson asked the question if the leave of absence is denied by the committee, would she have to come back and reapply as a new teacher?
If there's a position.
If there's a job opening a year later, she would apply like anyone else.
I didn't hear you.
If there was a job opening a year later, she would apply like any other candidate.
Thank you, Dr.
How many years have Mrs. Schick been in the district?
I don't have the exact number, approximately 15. Highly regarded teacher.
I know it's been at least 10 or 12.
That sounds about right.
Is it 10 or 12, Debbie? Say what? 16.
Yeah, she
yes,
said 16
over 10
last
years.
night.
Thank you. Mrs. Benson?
Do we really, I want to finish.
Go ahead, continue.
Dr. Thornton, do you really want to set a precedent like that?
Yes.
A person?
I want to set a precedent that's fair, and if we...
There's a difference.
If I could finish.
Okay, I'm going to let you finish.
Just to be clear, if you approve an LOA for this individual, as wonderful as she is, in my opinion, you're setting a precedent to approve other people seeking employment elsewhere. If someone comes in front of you a year from now who maybe is not as favorable, and you deny them, you're opening us up to, I think, discrimination possibilities, and it's a bad precedent to set, in my opinion.
Well, I see it as plainly discrimination because we've given others. Was your decision made on Mr. Duver asking for a leave of absence and then taking a job?
Mr. Duver left the district, go to Woonsocket. He doesn't have an LOA.
But he asked for a leave of absence.
I denied it. respectfully denied it.
I think,
Since I've been on the committee for the last 3 years, we have not approved one leave of absence.
Mr.
And
Kenyon.
what happened was, I did not vote for that. No, that was done before I got on this committee, and that's what led into
I
this
did
whole
not vote
problem.
for it the second
So,
time.
since the last 3 years, we have, been very consistent and very fair. And you get into a situation where you're starting to make judgment on teachers, and that's not our job. Now, if we want to set a new policy, actually, I think we need to have a policy on this area, and I'd really like to see, something done. And so when we have a policy that will govern it, then we can vote on it. But every single one that has come before us, we have not approved. And I believe we really, to all fairness to all the people that we've denied, we need to be fair.
I disagree.
Thank you.
And we should have, if you want to wait on the policy, let's wait on the policy. When does she have to have the notice? And I don't know Mrs. Schick. I never worked today, didn't know her till she stood up here last night. But 15 years in a system, and you can't get a leave of absence, is something wrong.
Well, may I say, a leave of absence to continue your education. There's a leave of absence
We've done
to
that.
go to seminars.
And we've done that.
Mrs.
Right.
Benson.
Let me explain. This is not that case. This is for her to go get another job. If she gets the job, she's gone. We have, people who are coming back to the district, and they're going to bring back all their education. That's a totally different leave of absence.
Thank you, Mrs. Brunel. I just, again, Mrs. Schick is a wonderful individual and a wonderful teacher, and I hate to see her leave the district. I would love to be able to retain her, but in all fairness, again, the leave of absences we have granted, as Mrs. Brunel stated, have been leave of absence to further education, parental leave of absence, military leave of absence. Those are all leave of absences.
You are correct.
Those are all leave of absences that basically contractually they're entitled to, and under the employment laws they're entitled to. So if we didn't grant those types of leave of absence, we'd be in violation of those regulations and laws. Family medical leave of absence as well. But we as in this committee, since I've sat on it, we've never granted a leave of absence for someone to seek employment elsewhere. And I think we've said no in the past, and I think we're opening Pandora's box and setting a bad precedent. So that concerns me. This is a tough decision to make. I've talked to committee members about it, several times throughout the course of the day, and just trying to get some feedback and input, and it's definitely a tough decision to make. Since we had the incident or the matter when Mrs. Brunel and I first came on the committee, that we basically owned 2 athletic directors for, I think, 6 months, and paid 2 athletic directors for 6 months because of a leave of absence that was granted.
Exactly right.
That was recommended by a previous superintendent and granted by a previous committee. We had that athletic director come back from the leave of absence while we still had a temporary employed. So we had 2 athletic directors on the payrolls for 6 months, I believe. That's just a case of it. Since we've been on the committee, we haven't done that. And since that time, I've stated several times, we need a policy. The committee needs a policy. We need some guidelines in writing. We cannot be arbitrarily approving and denying these requests based on what? Favoritism, personalities, hairstyle. It's just not a good practice. We need something in writing, and we need to adhere by whatever policy we put in writing. So, Mrs. Advisano, I know you're the only representative here this evening from the policy subcommittee. I would ask that maybe you look to have that on a policy subcommittee agenda. Maybe for once and for all, we can get something reduced to writing on this for some guidelines.
Certainly, Mr. Chair.
So we had a motion to approve.
I make a motion that she's denied the leave of absence.
We have a motion on the table to approve the superintendent's recommendation, which was to deny the request. So saying yes is denying the request. Yes to the motion denies the request. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
And do you have any
This
idea
is,
when you'll get the
Mr. Welch, the remaining agenda items for discussion and possible action was a facilities management and planning subcommittee report of facility. Was a presentation on facilities management and planning subcommittee report on facilities master plan. I'll defer to you at this time. If you wanted to go into that at this point, we certainly can. If you want to defer and put it on our next agenda, we can certainly do that as well.
Well, I have a report that's probably take about 3/4 of an hour, but quite frankly, I have to go to work tomorrow.
I said I would stay all night 3 hours ago, and I meant it, so.
So I don't think it's that important for me to do that this evening.
Okay, so,
Thank you very much.
you sure?
Well, if you want me to think about it.
We can certainly place that on our next agenda, Mrs. Jarrow, if you could please make a note that we get that on our next agenda for Mr. Welch.
Are we going to have any comments?
Oh, you would like to make some more comments? Go right ahead.
Just a short one. I would like to request that this committee be made aware of the legal fees that can be attributed to, amongst other things, the lawsuit from Committeeman Doug Roth. I would like to know what his actions have cost this town in legal fees.
May I make a comment, Mr. Welch? Just to give you a notice, today in our office, we received a APRA request from a local newspaper asking for the legal fee information, and that was one that was specifically asked for.
Mr. Roth has made a statement that his suit was not seeking or going to cost us any money, and I believe that is a real misstatement of the facts. Your representation, representing this committee, is costing this town and this committee more than 50 cents.
It's already over, it's several $1,000s, but the committee,
Mrs. Carroll, thanks. Could you please maybe provide that information to our business director, Mr. Draper, and he could put it in our packages
Certainly.
on the financial reports at our next meeting?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Mrs. Benson?
And also, could she include the legal fees that we have incurred, not only from Mr. Roth, but other legal fees associated with the school committee?
Certainly. Any other questions, comments before we move to adjourn? I have one comment. Is there a motion to adjourn at this time?
So moved.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We're adjourned. Yeah, motion to adjourn. That was my comment.